All right. So, the last couple of days, I've been mulling it over. I took Monday off from streaming politics because there was a lot to mull over. And the big problem here is everybody wants a solution. And there's not an easy solution. And I get why people are mad. Because apparently, looking up numbers, in fiscal year 2024, Snap only cost $100 billion, right? Now, I'm hesitant to say $100 billion because $100 billion isn't an only. But where people are getting upset is they're mad that Snap was I'm sorry, that the federal government spent $142.2 billion on nutrition, and they're mad that the billionaires combined could cover that bill. And I get it, right? I understand. The problem we have is how do we get back into the business of taking care of the people? And then what a lot of people can't wrap their head around, and it's not a lack of empathy, but what it is, it's a very, very staunch reading of the Constitution. And when it comes to constitutionalists, there is no right answer. There is no wrong answer. There's just weak answers or strong answers. Should we even be living in a world where there's in a country where there's 42 million people receiving SNAP benefits? Well, if we're only spending 100 billion out of a 4.2 trillion dollar budget, then I don't think SNAP benefits are really the problem. I don't know how to balance empathy with effectiveness. Yes, I understand the Constitution doesn't directly have an article or a section or a line where it says provide food, right? But in the preamble to the Constitution, it says it wants to promote the general welfare. So how do we balance a society that wants to promote the general welfare, that wants to be of the people, by the people, for the people, when we keep having a situation where we have people that are living in poverty and they almost get out of poverty and then their taxes put them right back. They're playing chutes and ladders on a continuous go around. If you didn't tax a certain section of the population, it's not a very large section of the population. You have a small section of the population that if you didn't tax them, they could eventually get out of poverty. But because you tax them, they're in like this year I qualify for benefits. And so with the help of the benefits, I am able to climb the ladder. But then I get to this threshold where I don't qualify for benefits. And then that, in conjunction with my taxes, slides me back. So you got a person that doesn't qualify for benefits this year. So they fall to the bottom where they do qualify for benefits. They go up, and that's where people are frustrated right now. They feel like they're trapped in the rat race. So is there even a system where you could feed every American? And Bernie Sanders and a lot of the Democrats, they talk about a universal basic income. Well, every economist will tell you a universal basic income doesn't solve the problems. And I know what some people are trying to say, and they're showing these rogue studies where they're like, raising the minimum wage doesn't directly cause prices to go up. And in theory, you're right. There is nothing specifically that says raising the minimum wage causes an immediate price increase. But in the long term, number one, raising the minimum wage affects the cost of doing business. And if people are going to keep blindly saying it doesn't increase the cost of doing business, then I'd like them to ask, where does the extra money come from? Because if my profit at the bar is $1,000 a night, with everything the way it is today, but now all of a sudden I incur, right? If I incur an extra $250 in salary because we've raised the minimum wage, well then one of two realities is going to happen. Profit is going to drop to $750, or prices will go up and my profit will exceed $1,000, because as I raise the cost of every beer by a quarter, as I raise the cost of every shot by $1, I'm going to exceed my profit because I'm the owner, and I know what my minimum is. I know my number. If you've been around my show for years, you know I constantly foot stomp this idea of know your number, know your number, know your number. As a bar owner, if my bar doesn't make this much money, then I have to figure out how to get my bar to this much money. This much money becomes a point where it's no longer, how shall I say, the juice isn't worth the squeeze. Well, you don't need to make $1,000 a month in pure profit because you don't, and I've heard people say this, and it's one of the most asinine things I've ever heard. You don't need to make $12,000 a year profit because you have other businesses. You could pay that money and you could live on $9,000 a year in profit. Okay? But is it worth the effort that I put in every day for $9,000 a year? And the answer is probably going to be no. Now, for some of my businesses, the reason why they were just passive generators is I had good management, I had good people, they were profit sharing. Basically, I had created everything for them. They made the money, and then the taxes got done, everything got done, and then I took my owner's draw. Well, then it just made more sense to me to sell the equity. Hey, look, I'll sell you the equity. And then you no longer pay yourself a manager's salary of almost $100,000 a year. You take that as a draw. Saves you taxes. I think we're in a situation where enough people don't understand economics. They understand hunger. And I've talked to a couple of people, and I have a really big fear come the first. And that really, really big fear come the first is, I don't think Americans have been this desperate in a long time. I don't think Americans have been this desperate since the Great Depression. Now, you can make your arguments, and you wouldn't be wrong. You have 340 million people living in America. Notice I didn't say American citizens. You have 340 million people living in America, and 42 million of them can't afford food. So that's 12% of your population that's gonna be hungry. And I know what some people say, and I'm not deaf and I'm not blind to the two sides of the argument. Some people are like, well, your SNAP benefits don't represent all of your food benefits. Most people are only getting like 2.5, 3 weeks of food out of their SNAP benefits. And you're not lying. As you guys know, I was a recluse for years and years and years. Like anxiety and PTSD. Like I didn't leave the house to do normal, they're called ODLAs, ordinary daily life activities. I didn't go to the market. I didn't go to the store. The best I could manage was a drive-through line, or curbside pickup. And so it took a long time for me to be okay with running into a market. And then that market was the one in town. And until they sold it, it was a very reasonably priced market. Like I recognized things were more expensive than I remembered, but my brain was like, oh, well, it's been 7 years since you've grocery shopped. The price is according. I went to get groceries yesterday, and I got meat for 2 meals. I got a jar of sauce, noodles, 2 salads, breadcrumbs, spinach, 3 frozen meals for my daughter, a bag of chips, a gallon of milk, and 2 types of cheese. That's it. It's everything I had in my cart. That was $92. And it's not like I bought a 5-pound bag of chicken breasts where I'm gonna be able to mark that. Like, back in the day when I helped people plan their budgets, they'd be like, oh, well, I went to Walmart and I da-da-da-da-da, and I'm looking at the receipt when I was a financial advisor, not a financial advisor, a financial support person. They help you understand where your money's going. I'd be like, yeah, that was a smart thing. It used to be, it used to be back in the day, a 5-pound bag of boneless, skinless breasts at Walmart was like $7.99. Like, you're paying just over $1 a pound for chicken. That's good. And now, shit, I think I paid $7 a pound for chicken because prices have gotten out of control. And everybody, who to blame? Who to blame? Who do we blame? Whose fault is it? Well, every single touch point that involves a human being, their wages go up. There's the touch points. There's the money to be had. You can't conceivably fix this problem because people are adamantly against one thing. And the thing they're against is people don't want a federal ID card. And people are like, well, I don't want a federal ID card because I don't want the government knowing everything about me. What does the government not already know about you? They know if you're getting WIC. They know if you're getting SNAP. They know if you have a medical marijuana card. The problem is it's just different portions of the government know different things. How do you administer, like, I heard a great idea. And the great idea is universal sustenance assistance. Basically, food for all. Well, our system of taxes is part of our problem. How many people pay taxes? And I know what somebody's going to say. They're going to say, well, I don't pay taxes because I put exempt, and exempt means the money gets to stay in my pocket. And I understand that. I get it. I do. But in those situations, you oftentimes end up owing money when you file your taxes. Like, to break this down a piece, I never liked getting the money back from the government in April because all my friends, they were like, oh, I love getting money back from the government in April. I was like, that's not you getting money from the government. That's the government giving you back the money you lent them interest free. You work, right? January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December, 12 months, January, 13 months. The earliest you can usually file taxes is February. It takes 28 days to get everything done. So you've loaned the government one 14-month loan, one 13, one 12, one 11, one 10, one 9. They've never paid you interest. When I married my wife, the first thing I did when we got married right at the end of the calendar year. While we were there getting my new ID card, because I was a reservist, she was active duty, so I had to get a dependent ID card. I said, we need to change your tax forms as well. And we changed your tax forms. And so we got married in December, so our taxes didn't change much. When we got our taxes in like March, she was like, oh, I was expecting we would have gotten more back. And I said, well, why were you expecting we would have gotten like more back? She said, oh, because, well, I get XYZ amount back on my own. I said, why the fuck are you getting like $3,400 back in April? And she's like, well, I was like, no. We don't give the government money on a rent-free loan. And then the following year, she had a plan for this money that was gonna, I was like, she starts talking to me in like March, and she's like, oh yeah, when we get our tax refund. I was like, what tax refund? I said, you've already spent all that money because I don't have it taken out of our checks. Too many people are giving the government an interest-free loan for a year, and that's why the government doesn't ever actually have to make any hard decisions. Like, a lot of people are mad that Mike Johnson won't bring the House of Representatives back into session. I'm glad he won't bring the House of Representatives back into session. I don't agree with 15 million Americans losing their health insurance, but I love the fact that right now you're really demonstrating how much of the government really is non-essential. The government that governs least governs best. Now, do I want to see 42 million people go hungry on Saturday? No, I don't want to see that. I don't want to see the anarchy and chaos that's going to erupt when people start getting mugged for their groceries. I don't want to see that. I don't want to live in that world. I don't want to... one person said something really powerful. The government shut down the land when we start having dead children on the news who died of lack of nutrition. I really hope we don't go down the UBI route. If we commit to UBI, then there's a severe economic downturn. Someone's going to have the bright idea to call the leeches, and it's going to be horrific. The problem is universal basic income wouldn't be affected by an economic downturn if you set it up right. If you set up the universal basic income properly, people assume that a universal basic income requires money to be given to you. You could do a universal basic income where the first $31,800, right? $200. You could set up a universal basic income where the first $31,200 that everybody earns isn't taxed. No Social Security, no FICA, no FUTA, no state or federal income tax. Now, unfortunately, because we live in a world of bills, states would just raise their sales tax. They would raise their property tax. Bare minimum cost of living shouldn't be taxed, if you ask me, but then after that, the taxes, of course, should be a lot higher. Well, you're right, but here's the problem with the statement that the bare necessities of income shouldn't be taxed. Is what is the bare cost of living what is the bare cost of living in Southern Illinois is not the bare cost of living across the river in Missouri. Yeah, the bare cost of living will be changed daily, right? Let's talk about this one because this one is so important. I got a real ID in Cali where you need passport, social security card, 2 proof of residency. We also need birth certificate. I feel like these things need some consolidation. So many documents I have to keep safe at this point. Well, yeah, you just talked about the problem with socialism. Panzini, you have to go through all those hoops, right? And I feel bad for you. I genuinely do. I'm not being a smartass here. I generally feel terrible for you because you have to go through all those hoops to get your real ID. And yet, every retired American service member has a real ID for the rest of their life that they don't have to dick around with. Now, I have my real ID as a driver's license, and my spouse has her real ID as a driver's license, but I didn't need to get mine because my retiree ID is classified as a real ID. You cannot administer national level programs without a national level database. Because if you try, you open yourself up to fraud, waste, abuse. If you want to be mad about the system, be mad about the fact that there's a bunch of people in Washington, D.C. that make a lot of money to administer their half of food stamps and food assistance. And then their job is mirrored by a person in all 50 states because, and you don't know how many parts of the government work like this. So you've got the federal government and you've got the top person in charge of a program who has an underling, and then you have the state who has the top level person who has an underling. And what these two underlings do is pass reports back and forth to each other. Because the state has created a position to do the same thing the federal government does. And you would think that if you had two bosses and two sub-bosses, there would be no fraud, no waste, no abuse. We have 4 sets of fucking eyeballs on this program. There should be no fraud, and yet the programs are littered with fraud. These programs are littered with fraud. You cannot do communistic things unless you give your government some communistic flavor. You cannot do socialism things unless you give your government some socialism flavor. For example, I don't want people to go hungry. I don't want people to go hungry. I think living in the country that generates $33 trillion, $29 trillion in GDP every year should by definition be a society that does not have poverty. Now, it's very hard because some people, as you've heard on my show last week, some people come in and they don't want to claw their way out of poverty. They don't want to climb the ladder. They want the standard to be lowered. You work at McDonald's. The world doesn't need McDonald's. McDonald's is a luxury. McDonald's has a business model. Fast food in general has a business model that it's cheap and it's fast. Well, if it's cheap and it's fast, it's generally not good. And let's be honest. You take McDonald's compared to Five Guys compared to Red Robin. Red Robin is gourmet cheeseburgers. Now, not everybody likes Red Robin. Subjective taste is a thing. But you go into a Red Robin, chances are 1 out of 1,000 your burger might not be made properly. Go to McDonald's, your odds are 1 in 10 that your burger's not made properly. Go to Five Guys, your food's normally made properly. It just takes for fucking ever because they're not fast. They're cheap and they're good, but they're not fast. Red Robin is good and they're not fast and they're not cheap. In that situation, you only got one of the three. But the person working at McDonald's somehow feels entitled. Yeah, Five Guys is the most expensive in your area. Yeah. They generally are, because the food is good and it's made right. But people are living in a delusional world where they're like, I work at McDonald's and I deserve to be able to afford to take a paid holiday every year. What? You deserve to be able to take a paid holiday every year. But you work at McDonald's. So, kind of what you said about the universal basic income thing, if there's a downturn in society, they'll just want to call the leeches. If every McDonald's, every fast food restaurant closed, if we had the Demolition Man restaurant wars, now every restaurant's a Taco Bell, and we only had one restaurant in each area. We got rid of 90% of all the fast food jobs. What would your ass do for a living? And if your only answer is nothing, then that should let you know what your value is. And this is why I'm not trying to be condescending to people. I want to be motivational to people for you to take a look at the mirror when you're in your early 20s or mid 20s and say, shit, man, I got to live a few years like I don't want to so that I could spend the rest of my life living like I can't right now. What is your value as a person? And that starts with, what job am I doing now? So you're doing fast food. And if we play the hypothetical and every fast food place closed, President Jalan took office today, and due to health concerns, he has outlawed fast food. What would you do? Because you'd have to do a job below fast food. And if you say, well, I could get a job better than fast food, then fucking dun dun dun, here's the punchline. If you're working in fast food and you have the ability to go up and you're mad at how your life works, then go fucking up. Go up. Well, I don't want to work the other job because it's harder. It's harder, but it pays more. I wonder why that other job is harder. I wonder why that other job pays more. I miss the day as a youth when I was signing up for the right to have an easy job that paid 7 figures. Fast food, Walmart, Amazon, and that's lateral. No, fast food is below Walmart. Walmart's a step up from fast food because Walmart has promotion opportunity. Walmart, my brother got a job at Walmart 20 years ago, 26 years ago. My brother is, now granted, it shouldn't have taken 26 years to become a store manager. He's got some novellas in his story. But my brother went from store shelf stocker to store manager. Any chance Trump's trade talk world tour will have beneficial effects for the common man? Zero, because Trump is signing trade deals that aren't better than the trade deals we already had in place with these countries. They are making $20 an hour now. You noticed in Taco Bell, had AI taking drive-thru orders? Yeah, because remember I said it at the top of the show. I'll say it again because not everybody was here. If these words come out of your mouth, raising minimum wage doesn't impact the cost of a product. If you make that statement, I have no idea where to start in a dialogue with you because I have to walk you out of a box that's 100% wrong. Well, raising minimum wage doesn't immediately raise the prices. Sure. It raised the cost. And the cost raises the price. But they didn't raise the price. Okay? Well, how'd they cut the cost then? Oh. Now instead of a Taco Bell crew having 5 people working on it, and this is just, remember I said, when you make the owner go into that discussion, the owner goes into that discussion, the owner's is most likely always gonna win. The owner's not always gonna win. Owner had a five-man crew working at Taco Bell at $16 an hour. So that owner was spending $80 an hour on payroll. So now you tell the owner by law he has to pay $20 an hour, so his 5-man crew is going to cost him $100 an hour. So then the owner looks at it, and can a 4-man crew get the job done? Yes, they can. Whose life did you make better? You made these 4 people's lives better. And you made their lives better. Because you gave them a $4 an hour raise. This person who no longer gets hours, you made their life shitty. And what you did for these 4 people is these people got a $4 an hour raise to do 25% more work. You also gave them more work. There you go. What you did was the owners looked at this and they said, I want to let you know that in this situation, you just saved the owner money. What this minimum wage bill in California did was save me money. Why? Because I have per employee costs. I have per employee costs. For every employee I have to pay the state $434 in an unemployment tax. Thanks. You caused me to get rid of 6 employees. You saved me $2,400, $2,500, $2,700. I also no longer have to dick around with less on insurance. You're right. Because we don't have as many bodies on the insurance policy. So all you did by fighting for a minimum wage increase in California was help the big corporations shed cost. The McDonald's in my town used to have a 7-man crew. They now run on a 4-man crew. Save the owner a lot of fucking money there. Well, that owner is now paying their workers $20 an hour. Yep. Sucks to be the 3 people who relied on that job who no longer have a job. It's not about, and I've said this, if you raise the minimum wage, but you only look at how it affects the workers who remain employed. What did Domino's do when they raised the minimum wage in California? Domino's fired 1,500 delivery drivers. That fucking day. My daughter was all proud of herself. My daughter was talking to me about when she worked at Jimmy John's. She was delivering in my vehicle that doesn't carry the insurance that it needs. I specifically told you that vehicle is to move your ass from here to there and not everywhere, but you never use it for commercial purposes because I don't have that insurance on the vehicle. Because you're getting paid $3 an hour plus tips to drive for Jimmy John's, you're losing money. But you don't see it as losing money because I maintain the vehicle. Inflation is the problem. The Fed is striving for 2%. Why can't we keep it at 0%? No offense. I'm not making fun of you. If you don't understand, no, she has insurance, Unconquerable. She doesn't have commercial insurance. Jimmy John's should not have people driving their personal vehicles delivering food. Jimmy John's should have a vehicle for the drivers to drive. these companies have dumped all of the, like, Jimmy John's paying $3 an hour to do the deliveries. Well, who pays for the gas? The mileage. No, you do want negative inflation. You do want 0% inflation. You do want those things right now in this particular market. You say inflation is the problem. Inflation isn't the problem. Inflation is a natural part of capitalism. And I'll show you why inflation is a natural part of capitalism. Okay. First of all, you go to a job, and that job pays you $20,000 this year. Why is it at the end of the year then you want a raise? If you're making $20,000 a year this year, but then you ask for a raise, you just caused inflation. Period. Because you want to change a stable number for your own benefit. See, remember, everybody always comes in and they want to blame like the corporations for greed, and they want to blame landlords for greed, and they always want to blame somebody else for the greed. Did you ask for a raise? You have greed. You're driven by greed. See, this isn't a brag, this isn't a boast, this isn't a flex. I knew from having a brother who's 16 years older than me, I'm watching him struggle, and having a really great elder brother who would explain things to baby brother. I figured out the answer isn't go to college, get a good job, play the rat race for 45 years, and always hope you have enough. I just got it in my neurodivergent head that the way to beat the game was just make a shit ton of money early on, break the system, and then never have to play by the fucking rules. The John Goodman, the fuck you money. Get up a couple of $1 million, have your house always paid for, have the interest, live on the interest money, and then really the rest of it, you're never stressing about money. Interest rates go up, interest rates go down, inflation rates go up, inflation rates go down. That's great. Doesn't affect me. Let me know when inflation hits 10%. Then I might have to do some market readjustment. Price of goods going up 10%. You'll notice the thing I talk about. Shit, going to the grocery store. I feel bad for people that want to eat because groceries are going up. I agree the problem is capitalism. It's the structure of the society. Inflation is a symptom of it. No, inflation is not a symptom of capitalism. A symptom indicates something is wrong. There is nothing wrong in a capitalistic society of inflation. If you don't understand that, you need to go all the way back to relearning capitalism. Capitalism begins, right, with not equality. People are under the impression that capitalism could exist and everybody make out. Capitalism is not a net sum zero game. Capitalism is a sport. Capitalism is competitive. There is always a winner. There is always a loser. Inflation isn't a symptom of it. Symptoms only indicate when something is wrong. Inflation is a characteristic of capitalism. Inflation does not mean things are bad. If your GDP rose by 2.9% last year, inflation should be 2.9% because you inflated your economy. Where we have a systemic problem. Yeah, capitalism equals capitalism is everybody wants their number to go up. Everybody wants their number to go up. I want to make my bills go down and my profits go up. And everybody wants that. It's like I said, though, when you start talking in percentages, a 10% tariff will always result in more than a 10% increase in cost, because when you charge me 10% on a dollar, and I use this example to try to get it through to people, Walmart pays $1 for one banana, and Walmart sells one banana for $2. Walmart's profit is $1. Now you put a 10% tariff on Walmart, so they now pay $1.10 for that banana. The price of the banana should simply go up to $2.10, because now they're still making that same dollar in profit. You raised my cost by 10 cents, so I raised my price by 10 cents. Except Walmart decided they were going to raise the price of bananas by 8%. So now what used to cost you $2 now costs you $2.16, but Walmart's profit margin is now $1.06, not a dollar. And they get to turn around and say, well, the tariff on bananas is 10% and we've only raised the price by 8%. And people can't understand. People don't get it. They're there, and I'm not, because we have failed to educate people in the Western world, not just in America, but Canada, Mexico, Western. There's a lot of people who look at this and they're scratching their ass and they're scratching their balls, and they're scratching their head, and they're like, that doesn't make sense. I feel they are using tariffs as an excuse to hose us. No, they're not. They're using tariffs to determine what the market will bear. That is capitalism. That is capitalism. Which is why not having your money in a high yield savings account is causing you to lose money. Hell, you might still be losing money in the savings account. Yeah. Ponzini, you're missing. Unfortunately, you're looking at it in too simplistic of a view. Kind of sucks that economic prosperity causes inflation. Everyone has more money, so they raise prices. They didn't raise prices because everyone has more money. Everyone has more money because they raise prices. My $1 banana sells for $2. I make $1 profit. My $1 banana, I could sell for $1.50, make 50 cents profit. But then when it comes time to give you a raise, your raise, right? Your raise isn't 3%. Your raise is 0.1%. Sometimes they just raise prices because you're willing to pay it. Yep. It's the Disney model. I hate the Disney model. I love Disney as a corporation. I hate the Disney model. Disney's model was this, and I'm gonna go back to let me see if I can get this real quick. So Disney had a plan. And Disney's plan was that a one-day ticket would be $105. And this is back in 2015, right? And their plan was to start raising prices, right? To the point where a one-day ticket now can be as high as $199. And this is 2025. Now you'll notice that is approaching doubling their price. They're almost there. I think by next year, they'll be at double. Well, Disney's plan was double the price, right? Half the guests, half the cost. Same profit. Disney had a plan 10 years ago. They were going to keep raising the prices every year for 10 years so that they doubled their prices, lost half of their guests, made the same amount of profit. Because once they have half the guests, they need half the staff. It didn't work. Instead of Disney doubling the price and having 50% of the guests, they've 195% of the price and they still have 85% of the guests. So Disney is racking in the money. So why would Disney not do that? Why would Disney not continue? If their original plan, Disney is a luxury though, bananas aren't. Magnus, it doesn't fucking matter. It matters on the concept. Also, bananas are 100% a luxury. And how do you define bananas as a luxury? Do they grow native in your country? No. Magnus, capitalism doesn't have to care. Capitalism isn't a person. Capitalism is a system. Capitalism not only doesn't care, it doesn't have to care, it's not designed to care. People need to stop painting capitalism with what it should do. Because what it should do is grind people under the wheels of industry for their dust and use that dust to fuel the fire of capitalism. That's what it should do. Now, 6 foot, it's not that you don't need bananas to survive. Yeah, salt if you don't live near an ocean, or rock salt is a luxury for many people. If it doesn't get produced natively by your nation, it's an import, it's a luxury. It's civilization 6. I offer you $1, you offer me 1 banana. The problem is, people don't want to work hard. People don't want to work. People want shit given to them. Again, I hear, like, I'll give you an example, and making me want to murder Melly Umpkin. I love my daughter, making me want to murder her face off. My daughter had 2.5 months to find an apartment. 2.5 months. Never found one. Pissed me off. I don't want to keep my 20-year-old child under my thumb. Hey, fuckhead, find a place to live. I finally found my kid a place to live. I had to pull in favors and with a place I don't have very many. Got her number 2 on the list. They had an apartment was supposed to be available before the end of the month. They went in there, and due to shitty tenants, they have to rip up all the flooring, all the baseboards, and all the subflooring. That's a lot of work. If you don't realize how much work it is, it's not like a 6-hour thing. You have to rip up all the flooring, all the subflooring, which means you have to tell the people downstairs you're going to be tearing the shit out of the apartment above you. Now, unfortunately, her apartment can't be ready until the 7th of November. Now, in the old days, when I was connected and wired in, I probably could have helped them make that happen a lot faster. But I don't have a construction crew down here. I don't have a team of house flippers, apartment flippers, that I can just be like, hey, look, I'll cut you a deal. I need to put my daughter in this apartment. I'll have my crew come in and we'll do it at cost. Good for you, good for me, good for everybody. I don't have rental properties down here. If I had rental properties down here, I would have put my daughter in a rental property I own. I nearly bought a property just to put her in it, but I couldn't make it happen by the 31st of October. Couldn't make it happen. Now my daughter's like flipping the fuck out. This is a good time to remind you that poor planning on your part doesn't constitute an emergency on my part. Had you looked for a place in earnest in July, August, and September, we might not be here right now. The problem is people don't want to take accountability. We don't teach accountability. We do not teach accountability. I taught in an alternative school. Some of the parents showed up at the school and were pissed off at me. The administration was none too happy with me, and the school board fucking hated me. The day a kid turned 18, I handed them a new handbook signature card, and I said, "You're 18, sign this." Because we were at the alternative school. And they said, "What's this?" I said, "You're 18 today. I don't need mommy and daddy to sign your handbook card. You're 18. I need you to sign your handbook card." Then I'd have parents coming up to the school wanting to talk to me, and all of my students either had a blank next to their name or they had a red plus next to their name. If they had a red plus next to their name, they were 18 years old. Mom and dad would show up at the alternative school and start like, "Well, I need to talk to you about," "I can't talk to you about your child. I need your child's permission to talk to you about them." Well, I'm sorry, your child is 18 years old. I don't feel comfortable discussing your child's educational anything with you, especially since they told me they don't live under your roof. They're not 18, or they're 18, they don't live with you. You don't need to be up here asking me a damn thing about your kid. And people got bent out of shape about that. Dude, personal accountability. If you did your job as a parent, your kid wouldn't be in the alternative school. Groceries in general are going up. Right, Magnus, but groceries in general are going up because people wanted higher minimum wage. Around here, there's one farmer. He bought another 4,000 acres, and there were home developers that were pissed. I'm surrounded on 3 sides by farmland. My community is carved out of farmland. He bought another 4,000 acres because the guy who owned the other farm, his kids don't want to be farmers. There's not enough profit in it. Another farmer just sold about 1,000 acres to turn into a road in subdivisions. And then all the people around here are complaining about the rising cost of soy and corn. Well, when you pave over all the fucking farmland, where the fuck do you think the crops get grown? No, Walmart isn't closing their doors this weekend. I don't know why people believe bullshit sensationalist TikTok news. Walmart is not closing their doors to in-store shoppers on November 1st. If you had bothered to do a single fucking Google search and not gotten your news off of TikTok, you would know that. I tell you every time you come to my show, you're part of the fucking problem. Stop being part of the fucking problem. Then what thing? Like, holy fuck, man. You have been coming around here for months. Why would Walmart close their doors? How would they make money? Walmart would make a lot more money, a lot more profit if they didn't allow in-store shoppers. Believe it or not. They'd make a lot more profit. Because Walmart historically has about 6% shrink, which is billions of dollars. What you do is, instead of having a big ass store that has to be all laid out for consumers, right? You got to have all the aisles and people can walk down the aisles. You got to have all the aisles this way. What you do is you set up your store, right? And right up here, this is the shopping area. And you come in and you've got little cubicles and you hit all the things you need. Yeah, they turn into Amazon and be better off. Yeah, and then you have people that are running around the store bringing all the items up, bagging, and then you open up the door and out you come. It's like Toys R Us used to be with video games back in the day. You take a ticket to the front, and then somebody in the back finds your video game. It rolls down the thing. An employee grabs it and says, "Jalan, yeah, here you go." You keep most of the expensive stock in the back so people can't walk off with it. Small box warehouse, and you place your grocery order with. Yeah. I mean, shit, man. Amazon does delivery as it is. Walmart does delivery as it is. And again, now we get the, did you hear about the Walmart thing? What thing? This is why people need to fucking be educated in how to even join a Twitch chat and have a conversation. It's like, I'm over here like dying of anticipation. Did I hear about the Walmart thing this weekend? Being a farmer is tough. Have expenses to get started, location dependent, weather inconsistencies, competition. You're right. Being a farmer is tough. And yet we lose more and more farmers every year. And then people are wondering why the cost of food goes up. Supply low, demand equal, price up. It's like, this isn't hard. And I know I've had a lot of people on the show come in and say you're oversimplifying economics. You're right, I am oversimplifying economics. Supply low, demand level, price up. Supply low, demand up, price straight up. Supply low, demand low, price level. Did I talk about the Amazon layoffs? A bunch of people are saying they're going to ransack Walmart's over and attack the whites and steal stuff. Okay, and? Look, man, it works like this. I have been saying it all year. We are walking closer and closer to a civil war. Okay? When you have 42 million people, when you have 13% of your country that's not going to be able to feed itself come Saturday, there will be people that try to ransack Walmarts, and then Walmart will shut their doors. Target will shut their doors. Every place with food will shut their doors. And then what? There are people saying that they're going to steal, then they go for the people with food. I wish a fucker would. I'm saying this with all sincerity. I wish a person would try to steal from me. I just need them to start it. I've been waiting about 7 years. That's called street therapy. I wish a fucker would. I got a lot of stress in my life, right? I got a lot of stress in my life. I got a lot of shit that I can leave out on the pavement on Saturday. I wish a fucker would. No, that hasn't happened in Chicago. New York is where they're trying to do it. Yeah, you're gonna have to protect your chickens from people. Yeah, when you're prepared, when you're prepared, every threat is an invitation. Like, hey man, I need your money. Really? Wrong fucking guy. And I can't show the other toys on stream because I'm not Hassan and I don't have the clout tonight. Like, I wish you would. I got a lot of fucking 44 that needs to get used up. It's approaching its expiration date and nobody shoots 44 anymore, so I can't do any trades. Got a lot of 44. I got a lot of 44 just sitting on the shelf. Where our country is about to fall into fucking anarchy and chaos because we have a Cheeto poof. But that's how the Civil War happens. You're exactly right. That is exactly how the Civil War happens. And then, under the guise of the Civil War, all the poor get killed. It's like I heard a girl say 27 years ago in political science class that completely stopped a PhD professor in his tracks. How do we solve the homelessness problem? She didn't even look up. Feed the homeless to the hungry and solve two problems at once. The whole fucking class just, I mean, we're talking girl with like long grunge hair, didn't even look up from whatever she was. How do we solve the homelessness problem? Feed the homeless to the hungry and solve two problems at once. God damn if I haven't heard a better fucking solution in 27 years. Isn't that what's going on? Oh, no. Yeah, the problem is Donald Trump is a complete waste of a fucking presidency. Because all he gives a shit about, like, he's gonna demand his own Justice Department pay him $230 million for his past lawsuits. I'm sorry. It doesn't work that way. That is not how our country rolls, man. That's not how we roll. Trump said to demand Justice Department pay him $230 million for past cases. President Trump is demanding the Justice Department pay him $230 million in compensation for federal investigations into him. The second complaint filed in the summer of 2024 accuses the FBI of violating his privacy by searching Mar-a-Lago, his club, and residence for classified documents. I was damaged very greatly, and any money I get, I would give to charity. What the fuck is wrong with our country? You've already typed, "What do you think?" a couple of times. Just get out. Get on with it. Well, okay. Magnus, let me say this. Every investigation into you is an attack on you, whether or not it's a genuine investigation. If it doesn't result in criminal charges, that doesn't mean it wasn't a genuine investigation. When people don't have anything to hide, they're not worried about investigations, but they should be. Because by virtue of being under investigation, people develop an opinion about you. You can be investigated for something, never charged with it, yet people will believe you did it because you were investigated for it. It's a fucked up world we live in. Who started it? It was, well, one of them was because classified documents. The president allegedly, and not allegedly, the president had in fact removed classified documents. This is hard for some people to understand. The ICE attack while kids were trick-or-treating. How can ICE have attacked anybody while trick-or-treating since we don't even trick-or-treat for 2 more days? It's not an ICE attack. I'm so tired of fucking the rhetoric around everything. Why is it that every other president has deported millions of people and nobody had a fucking problem with it? Preemptive outrage. If people do not understand immigration law, if you are over the age of 18 and you are in this country, the law actually states you have to carry a copy of your visas with you at all times, and surrender it upon request by the appropriate government officials, and ICE is one of those appropriate government officials. It says it in the fucking visa application. Chad might be confused because you're attacking Trump on some things and defending him on others, so they don't know which way the lemmings are going so they can follow. Right, it's because I attack what needs to be attacked, I defend what needs to be defended, because I'm not a liberal or a conservative, I'm not a Republican or a Democrat, because I don't want to be wrong half the time. Look, ICE is doing their fucking job. Period. If I was the president, I will tell you right now, I would arrest Governor Pritzker. I would arrest Mayor Johnson. I would arrest Governor Newsom. I would arrest those people and I would charge them. As the president, I would arrest those people and charge them with the applicable federal law that says you may not interfere with the federal authority to deport people who are not supposed to be here. Period. I would arrest them. I would charge them. I would have the Justice Department try them. I would stop Mickey Mousing around. Now, I would not send National Guard into other people's cities. I would send ICE in. Period. I would send ICE in. But I would not have ICE operating in 50 locations. I would send 1,000 ICE officers into Chicago. Round up all the people that aren't supposed to be there. Now, I would actually follow due process. I would round all these people up, and I would have a team of fucking judges in an airplane hangar, the same fucking way they do it at traffic court. And they have... Go to your local, if you live in a mid-size place, you go to courtroom 108 at my county courthouse. They have like 8 state's attorneys. And they just have a stack of tickets and they start calling them. And if they can resolve it with you right then and there, they hand you a card. You go to the window, you pay the fine or do the whatever, and you get your license back. If you don't deal with them, they just turn around and hand your file to the clerk and they say, go sit there. And then once they spend about an hour speedballing everybody through, and 90% of people are on their way, then they have all those people, one by one, start seeing the judge. Do the same fucking thing. You're rounding up 1,000 people. Put them in a fucking hangar. Remember, people are confused about what due process means. Due process does not mean a trial. Due process is whatever the process is for the situation. Look here, Mr. Deadpool, you had a visa. It expired 125 days ago. You're being deported. The judge looks at it and says, yep, visa 125 days ago. Do you have anything to say? 90% of them are going to be like, nope, I got nothing to say. I couldn't leave the country and come back. You made a choice. Goodbye. You're being deported. I'm not joking when I say this. We have 59 million or more people in this country who are here either illegally, they've overstayed a visa, illegally they crossed a border, they didn't come through an entry point, or they're here and their visa is eventually going to expire. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, we have 340 million people living here. And we're going to call it 60 million are here on visas or illegally. I'm going to lump them all into one boat. Don't you think that it would solve a lot of the fucking problems with the price of gas, the price of groceries, the price of housing, if I got rid of all 60 million of those people? I want to put this up on the screen because this is really, really an important one. It's funny how people defend illegals in this country, but they would feel wrong if they went to another country and overstayed their welcome there. Yeah, oddly enough, in a lot of countries, and you can look this up, in a lot of countries, if you overstay your visa, you really overstay your visa. What do I mean by that? In America, unless you cross the border illegally, it's only a civil infraction to overstay a visa. A civil infraction by our law may not include jail time. You have to be in Article 3 criminal court. If you overstay your visa in other countries, you really overstay your visa. You overstay your visa by 6 months, 2 years, 5 years. Because they put your ass in jail. In other countries, being there over your visa is a criminal offense. They jail you, then they deport you, and you can never, ever come back. But what bothers me is people want to protest illegally. People got mad because that one senator was thrown to the ground, or that one congresswoman was thrown to the ground. I'm going to say it like a thug. I'm going to put a little thug on it so people could get it. Was your bitch ass in front of a fucking driveway and an SUV was trying to pull out and do its fucking job? Yeah? To the pavement with you, bitch. Get a pavement facial. Hey, you know what's really great? When you have no idea what you're talking about, Rad Dude. Rad Dude, here's what I love about you. I really do. I really don't, in case you can't get the sarcasm. You're a fucking idiot who gets all of your news through TikTok. The link you just gave me doesn't exist. Literally the link you gave me does not exist. So how the fuck can you be outraged over a story that never fucking happened? You're outraged about shit that never happened. I don't care where illegals are. Other than church. Arrest them after the service. Don't bring your politics into church. Arrest them after the service. Now, if a church wants to give sanctuary to illegals, cool. No problem. Run your ass down to the county assessor's office. Bring the county assessor with the invalidation of tax exemption. You want to commit a criminal offense by giving sanctuary to people these ICE agents are trying to detain? Pay your fucking taxes. I guarantee you, at most of those churches, when they're being faced with a loss of tax exempt status, they'll turn over the people to ICE. I hate when I see a video of police roughly arresting one that's resisting with every fiber of his being, and the comments say the officer should have been nicer. Hey man, I don't know if you checked out when I was playing Bloodlines 2, but I think some of the people that are resisting the police department response in the video game should be what it is. You're resisting that violently? Just fucking shoot you. It's less paperwork. I still don't know what I would do if I was driving to work and a bunch of people protesting surrounding my vehicle. I know what I would do. And let me tell you this, Magnus. If you don't know what you would do in that situation, you shouldn't be driving, because the statistical probability of that happening is getting higher and higher. Thump, 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 thump. That's what I would do. The moment you surround my vehicle, I'm sorry. I feel threatened. You're in a roadway. Do I wait for them to hit my window or do I just go? If they're in the roadway, you decide when you feel afraid, and then you go. Protesters need to realize you have the right to protest lawfully. You wait until you fear for your safety, or you wait until you feel your safety. Protest. I love people to protest. My only worry would be a legal one. Okay, which one do you want to be? And I'll give it to you straight. Do you want to be judged by 12 or carried by 6? You make your call. Do you want to be judged by 12 or carried by 6? My whole point is, you're charging me with breaking the law while they were breaking the law. Pedestrians don't belong in the street. Cars go beep beep. Car go beep beep. Car belong in street. You belong your ass in a crosswalk. The problem is, and I hate to say it, but until we get that big shock and awe moment, people are going to keep protesting badly. It's like, if it was up to me, I would show up with a bunch of guys. Well, yeah, dude, I can't help the fact that you can't copy a link. That's all you. I would show up with a door full of with a bag full of doorknobs for these people that protest outside Planned Parenthood facilities. All right. Border Patrol agents under fire for allegedly disrupting children's Halloween parade. You're scaring our children to death. Border Patrol is coming under criticism from Chicago residents who claim federal agents disrupted a children's parade, alleging with aggressive tactics and tear gas. The clash between federal agents and residents came as Border Patrol Commander Greg Bovino is scheduled to appear. Judge Northern Illinois has ordered appear before following allegations he personally deployed tear gas on a crowd of demonstrators without justification. She expanded her order to include a requirement for federal agents equipped with body-worn cameras to wear them and keep them on during law enforcement. Neighborhood residents claimed the agents interrupted a children's Halloween parade, allegedly deployed tear gas without warning on residents trying to intervene. Oh, wait, hold on. Ready? Residents trying to intervene. Boom. Done. You're scaring our children to death. Unbelievable. Never thought this would happen. The agents were conducting an operation that resulted in the arrest of a criminal illegal alien from Mexico who has previously been arrested for assault. Oh, you mean they were doing their fucking job? During the operation, Border Patrol agents were surrounded by a group of agitators. Federal law enforcement issued multiple lawful commands and verbal warnings. Oh. I love sensationalist headlines. Look. If you want to see interfering is a crime, yes, it's called obstruction of justice. Interfering in a federal investigation, aiding and abetting a criminal. Fuck them. Let's charge next time these people do this, let's round all of them up. And then let's put them in a fucking courtroom. Let's show them our evidence that the guy we're arresting is a fucking criminal and say, congratulations, you are all now being charged with aiding and abetting a known criminal. Fuck them. You know where I want to see this movement go? I want to go to where when these people start, I just want to get on the fucking megaphone and be like, the use of live fire has been authorized. Like, how many people would fuck off if the guy, The use of live fire is now authorized. Look, it's one thing to harass, like, you're harassing ICE agents for doing their job. Great. Have you ever called the police to do something for you? Yes? Then you're okay with violence. You just want to be picky choosy about who does the violence on your behalf. Why don't we actually have a situation where we say, if you don't belong here, get the fuck out? If you don't belong here, get the fuck out. I'll tell you a story. I lived in Kansas. I bought a house on a nice, quiet little street. And I noticed the kids would be out, every kid would be out playing. And then the people right across the street from my house, the guy was creepy as fuck. The guy was creepy as fuck. And then one day I was talking to some of the new neighbors and they say, yeah, there's something up with that guy, but we don't know what it is. And so I just, you know, did that computer Googled shit, found out the guy's a fucking sex offender. He doesn't have the sign in his yard. Kansas law requires him to have. So I saw him out one day and I said, hey, my man, I need to talk to you for a second. And I was in uniform. I just happened to be getting home. Walked across the street. I said, hey, my man, I need to talk to you for a second. I said, first of all, I've already reported you that you don't have the sign in your yard. So you're going to get hemmed up on that. This guy starts losing his shit and his mom comes out. And I said, look, you're required by this law. I don't agree with the law, but you're required by law to have a sign in your yard that says you're a registered sex offender. Number two, you're a registered sex offender. Crimes against minors. My minor girls live right across the street from you. So I'm going to give you a piece of advice. Stop looking at my kids or somebody's going to put something in your eye. Said, if you ever go near my kids, you won't go near anybody else's children ever again. So a couple of days later, probation officer came around. Sign wasn't there. Guy left in handcuffs. The mom came over hysterical, fucking screaming at me. I said, well, I get now where your son gets it, because the way you're acting. I said, your son will probably spend some time in jail and then get out, probation violation, if he doesn't get sent back. I said, it would be a good time to move. And the lady looks at me and she's like, what? I was like, it would be a good time to sell your house and live somewhere else. I said, because I'm gonna be all over this shit because he looks at my kids too much. I said, when my kids are out playing in the yard, I suggest you close the fucking drapes. If I ever see him looking in my house, it's gonna be a phone call. She moved before he even got out because he got probation violation. He got 90 days in Sedgwick County Jail. She sold the house and she was gone. My neighbors, you were like, well, we've been trying to get rid of him for years. Try to get rid of him for fucking years. It was one fucking phone call. If you see something, say something. A registered sex offender. I would never have bought that house if he was properly registered. If you don't know this, you can go on the registered sex offender database for most states in America, and it'll show you where they all are. Don't buy a house across the street from one if you've got young kids. But nobody, like, how many times have you heard? And we're not picking a specific race, because I've seen it happen in all of the races, all of the cultures. He's a really good boy. No, he's not a really good boy. He's a 3-time convicted felon. Well, he had some trouble in his youth. He's 22. We're not talking about a guy who's 52, who got some, like, there was a guy, one of my clients, he was in his mid-50s. He had murdered a man when he was 18. He spent 12 years in jail for murder. 25 years later, he was still being punished for what he had already paid his debt to society. That's the other thing we forget. We like to selectively decide who has paid their debt to society. Look, he got 12 years for murder. He served his 12 years. It was 25 years later, and he was still being penalized for it. Well, you want to know why we have career criminals? Because if you're going to treat them like a criminal after they've served their 12 years in jail, and the only way they can make money is by being a criminal, then where's the fucking surprise part come in? This one group of dumbasses started protesting a DEA raid thinking it's an ICE raid. Yeah, like, I would just say to those people, can you fucking spell? I don't want drugs in my neighborhood. When I lived in Kansas, I lived 15 minutes from a terrible neighborhood that was known for cooking meth. I love the fact that the DEA was in there all the time making big arrests. But you know what I think would go a step further? And I know this, again, if you want security, you got to have a little fascism. I think if you bust a house, it's already a fucking shanty, and it's been used as a meth lab. You know who should be showing up right after you finish the arrest? You finish collecting all the evidence, you finish taking all the photographs? The fucking wrecking crew should be there. We're gonna take that shit down to the foundation. Why? Because it's a shithole meth shack. Just tear it down. You drive around some of the worst neighborhoods of East St. Louis, of Chicago. You've got crack houses, you've got whore houses, you've got fucking tear them down. Tear them the fuck down. How do we stop all these kids from being in the crack house? I don't know. Tear down the fucking crack house? We want them to reform and we won't let them. But again, I wouldn't want them to hide their records from public though. Why? Why, Magnus? They committed murder. They paid their debt to society. What does it matter? You can't say we want them to reform, but then make their records. Now, are there some records that should be available if they did it 3 times? How? Okay, I want you to think about this. You can have 3 felonies without committing the same crime 3 times. You can be a 3-time felon for 3 other things. It doesn't change the fact that you said the word reform, but I don't want to hide their records. If they're reformed, why does their past matter? Now, I don't think you should be able to look up somebody's criminal record. I think you should only be allowed to look up their record against... Stop. Repeat sexual offenders. Then articulate it properly. Actually stand for something. Again, I think criminal records should be off limits to the public. But if you're a school, you should be able to query against the database for certain offenses. Sexual offenses. You're the school, Bob wants to be a janitor. You do Bob's background check. Instead of you being able to look up Bob's entire criminal record, you send a message into the county and you say, this is XYZ school, we're trying to hire this guy. And then the county looks at it, and the systems need to be set up that the school only gets told if he has offenses that make him disqualified from working in a school. You in your past, you were convicted of armed robbery of a bank. Okay? Brink Security. We're trying to hire Bob to be a security driver. The state's like, nope, security drivers, security companies get flagged against armed robberies. This individual is not qualified to work, or this individual has a prior conviction contrary to the core organic nature of your institution. Now, guy's trying to get a job at a janitor at a school and he's convicted of armed robbery. Okay? He can be a janitor at a school. There ain't a lot of fucking shit at a school to armed rob. Well, he's a fucking criminal. Yeah, but Mr. Jones, who's teaching your kids PE, snorts coke. We need to evolve as a society, right? People are celebrating Donald Trump tearing down the East Wing. Yeah, pot charge definitely shouldn't be the reason. I know people that have pot charges that can't get out from underneath the pot charges. But in my state, me personally, I can blaze up right in front of a cop and he can't do a damn thing to me. Because I got a piece of paper that says I can. Now, the average person can't. The average person in my state can only smoke pot in a private residence. Not even in their car. In Illinois, recreational use is only residential recreational use. But what if you need your info for legal reasons? What legal reason? What legal reason would you ever need to have your criminal record? And I'm going to go a step further. If you need your entire legal history for a legal reason, then your fucking lawyer can get it. Because your lawyer can walk into the courthouse and say, I need everything you have on this individual. What if? Tell me the reason. When would you ever need your entire legal history? Some people are going to say, well, what if I'm applying for benefits from the state or the federal government? They don't look too kindly on convictions. Generally, people are like, well, I'm going to apply for Social Security benefits or these benefits because I'm a convicted criminal. Yeah, Social Security doesn't look too kindly on that. It's not really going to go in your favor. Because the point is, if you're so far gone, incarceration is good for you. We've got people that create bullshit realities in their head. And we're living in a delusional world. We're living in a delusional world of a creator told me, an influencer told me. It's why somebody said it earlier. I will never grow a large following because people don't want to hear what I have to say because I'm not nice and I'm not polite and I'm not articulate and politely articulate, because I'll tell you, stop being a fuckhead. I won't use the phrase stop being obstinate because the people I'm talking to don't know what the word obstinate means. I'm going to say stop being a fuckhead, and then it makes me not nice. And I saw a 30-second clip on TikTok. Now I'm going to go commit tax fraud. Right. That is fine, though. You usually say what you think is true. I will be the first one. Like you heard me earlier in the show. If you were here earlier in the show, I'll say, I know a lot of people feel this way. I know a lot of people feel this way. I get it. A lot of people feel a certain kind of way. Like you feel you have the right to protest outside of a Planned Parenthood. I feel like I have the right to show up with 4 guys in a sack full of doorknobs and beat the shit out of you. Because you don't understand that abortions is only one part of what Planned Parenthood does. You make women afraid to go to the Planned Parenthoods. I don't think you should be allowed to protest outside of a Planned Parenthood. I don't think that's what the framers of the Constitution ever intended when they said the right peaceably to assemble to ask for a redress of grievances from their government. Protesting outside of the Planned Parenthood doesn't get you a redress of grievances from the government. Let the fucking scared 16-year-old girl who got knocked up by her stepfather go to Planned Parenthood. Like my dad trying hit and run, he was mischarged with better one who hit the other person. Dude, who fucking cares then? That's what you have a lawyer for. Why would you ever need to access your own criminal records? That's why you get a lawyer. And if you need your criminal records, it's because you're actively being charged for something. And if you don't have a lawyer, you're a fucking idiot. Everybody should have a lawyer. The laws are written by lawyers, so lawyers stay in business. Yeah, I saw the 30-second clip on TikTok, so now I'm gonna go commit tax fraud. Or the people that tell me how things really are, but then they're like, things are really this way. No, they're not. Well, I do them that way. Well, then you're committing tax fraud. No, I'm not, because I've been audited. No, you haven't. No, you haven't. Because when I got audited, that motherfucker knew everything about all of my money, everywhere it was, and he could even tell me what color the wrapper was on the breakfast bar I ate when I was like 19 years old. When the IRS audits you, they know everything about you. I want to remind everybody, a lot of information gets sent to the IRS about you that you never get copies of. We didn't have money for a lawyer. Okay, let me help you out. I am so tired of your bullshit. Everything with you, Rad, is a constant drag through. I honestly, your dad, like my dad's trying hit and he was mischarged with better one who hit the other person. That's not even fucking English, motherfucker. Okay? What the fuck do I do with that? And I'm not trying to be mean to you, but what the motherfuck do I do with that? Like my dad's trying hit and he was mischarged with better one who hit the other person. Battery one? Like, if you ever put your hands on somebody, that's fucking battery. If I punch you and you punch me back, we both get charged with battery. Yours gets dismissed if you can prove it was self-defense. The police charge, or the police do up charging documents for both. I shouldn't say the police charge both, because in 99% of cases, the police don't charge you with a crime directly. Sometimes they can. Normally they don't. Being the one who hit the person. If your dad hit the other person, he's guilty of battery one. Period. If you hit somebody else, that's battery one. It gets aggravated if you hit them with an object.
Dance.
No, you cannot legally consent to fisticuffs. I think we need to go back to that era. But no, you can't legally consent to fisticuffs. You have to go to a sanctioned event. You know someone who spent 8 years learning Latin just to drop out and stop pursuing law? Yeah. I know a bunch of lawyers. A bunch of lawyers aren't good lawyers, so they charge flat rate. This is my advice to people. If the lawyer ever says I can take care of it for X amount of dollars, say thank you for your time. You want a lawyer that's charging you by the hour, because they're the lawyer that gets shit done. And I can see this after sitting there for week after week as a DV advocate, that the two main lawyers who charge by the hour, not guilty, not guilty, not guilty, dismissal, 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 dismissal. The lawyers that charge a flat rate, They're the ones in there treating you like a magic card, and they're making deals every week. And they will bottom deal you because you pay them to try to get it resolved. Too many defense attorneys, their goal is to try to get you a plea. You want the defense attorney who's going to go to trial for you. Now, yes, if your defense attorney has to go to trial, you're looking at $20,000 to $30,000 in criminal defense fees. And if we're talking about all the things we need to change in our country, another thing we need to change is if you get found not guilty by the state, then the state should have to pay your defense bill. I'll be right back. But, so, until our society, let's go back to the good old days. Sure, it was a bit rougher, but I can say socially it was nicer. You didn't have to worry this much about politics. Well, you should have been worried about politics back in the good old days. The problem is people weren't worried about politics. Carlos Mencia has a really good joke that when the economy was good, everybody was fucking it. But after you've been fucking for a while, it gets sore and it gets sensitive, and now you can't touch it. And the problem is, first of all, I see all these people on TikTok blaming Gen X. What the fuck are you blaming Gen X for? What did Gen X ever do to you? Gen X isn't the people in charge yet. It's people don't realize the baby boomers are still in charge. The youngest baby boomers are still working. Okay, stop. Stop, you're full of shit. I'm gonna stop you right now. I'm gonna put this on the screen and I'm gonna tell you just how fucking full of shit you are. He didn't hit the guy. The guy hit him. The guy hit him. My dad was mischarged, which we didn't know about until we looked at his criminal records. You are completely full of shit, motherfucker, and I am tired of you bringing your bullshit to my channel. No, you didn't just stumble upon it when you looked at his criminal records. Because if he was charged, then he would have had a fucking trial date. And if he had a trial date, he would have gone to court because he would have gotten a summons. And if he didn't show up on the day of his summons, he would have had a fucking warrant out for his arrest. You don't just fucking stumble upon a charge. You stumble upon a charge and a warrant. And guess what? Unless you move out of the state, they're pretty fucking good about finding you to bring you in for your warrant. Now, you're full of fucking shit. And I don't know why you waste my fucking time. We didn't know about it until we looked at his criminal records. Bullshit. There's about enough fucking other details in this story that I could just about squeeze them into the Grand Canyon. Look, man, I don't know why you feel you need to come to my show to get the fucking attention, but the majority of my audience thinks you have a shaming kink, and you come here because I rip you apart every fucking time you come here. If you got charged and you don't appear before the judge, a warrant is issued for your arrest. Period. Because as long as you don't show up for court, whichever step it is, by the way, you would have an arraignment where you have to plead guilty or not guilty. So how did he not know? How did he not know he had been arraigned? Then, when you don't show up for arraignment, which generally, right? Which generally, one of two things happens. You either surrender yourself to the police, pay your bail, pay your bond, they let you out, or they have you, you can't pay bail, you can't pay bond, they take you to arraignment. So you're telling me your dad was charged with something, didn't get arrested at the scene, didn't know there was a warrant out for his arrest, and just magically, like fucking magic, you found it in his criminal records. You're full of shit. That's not how life goes. Yeah, earlier this year, you had a guy coming to your house looking for a dude who only stayed here a few months, like 10 years ago. Law seems pretty thorough with warrants. Yeah, because what happens is, depending on the judge, once a week or once a month, the judge has to go upstairs and he has to talk about the outstanding cases on his docket. Some judges, they get their assignment transfers held up because they have stuff on their docket. This young girl I worked with got a speeding ticket, didn't pay it, skipped the court date, hoping they would forget about it. We printed out her mugshot. Yeah, my wife got a speeding ticket, forgot about it because we were moving. It was in her glove box, forgot about it, ended up costing me close to $20,000. Got my insurance invalidated, had to switch insurance carriers, and I'm looking at my wife and I was like, how the motherfuck do you forget about a speeding ticket? Well, I had a lot going on. You don't put speeding tickets in your fucking glove box. Where the fuck is your license? I don't like the fact that they give you back your license now. Back in the day, you knew you had a fucking speeding ticket because they took your fucking license. And then that ass pain was your daily fucking reminder that you needed to take care of it. I was 17 years old. I got a fucking ticket for the B line of a stop sign citation. If you guys don't know what the B line is in Illinois, I'm sure you've seen them. So you've got the stop sign, right? And then there's that thick white line on the street. Well, the law states that you must come to a complete stop before any part of your vehicle crosses the thick white line. It was a slick day. I slid forward. I came to a complete stop. There. I was like, I don't have time for this fucking shit. So I was just gonna pay it. But it was a traffic infraction, which would have raised my insurance rates. So I went to court, sat there half the fucking day. When I got called up, the judge was like, what is 120 Tech 135 subsection B? to the clerk. He didn't even know what the fuck. He's like, I know what this is. What's the subsection B? The fucking judge didn't even know. The officer stands up, rookie officer, all nice in his spit polished uniform. He's like, Your Honor, subsection B is the failure. And the judge is like, I didn't ask you anything. The clerk finally finds it after like 10 minutes of looking, because this is before the internet, right? The clerk has got the fucking traffic code book out, fucking like the tablet. Thunk. Your Honor, subsection B is failure to stop your entire vehicle prior to the white line. The judge looks at the cop and says, did he blow through the stop sign altogether, or did he stop after the white line? He stopped after the white line. The judge looks at the ticket, weather conditions, rainy. The judge looks at the cop and says, if you ever waste my time again writing this ticket, I will never hear another ticket from you. He's like, young man, come get your license. Well, those of you that are old, you know why you didn't want tickets at all. Went and spent the $5 to get a new license. Because
allow me to show y'all how you can defeat.
Back in the day, here's your driver's license, here's your picture, and right the fuck over here where the fucking staples are the staple holes. Because they stapled the ticket to your license and then took the license, and you had to go to court to get the license back. Well, the likelihood of you getting a freebie from the cop is minimal, because the cop's like, well, you've already had other tickets. How do you even contest a traffic ticket? I got pulled over once and wanted to fight it, but everything on the ticket was about how to pay it, and that needed to be paid by a certain time. There will always be a phone number on a ticket, and you have to call it to get a court date. I will tell you that in some places, the juice isn't worth the squeeze. In some places, in very rural areas of America, just fucking pay the fine, because the deputy is the sheriff's nephew and the judge is the sheriff's brother. Other times you go to court, and I'll tell you why you should always go to court. Number one, if you can come up with a legitimate reason why you can't go to court, the idea I had to pay it before I could fight it. After I paid it, it seemed like I had already admitted guilt, so it's over already. There you go. That's why you have to decide if you want to fight it. Call that number. Well, you have to pay it in order to fight it. Nope. I'm sorry, that's not how it works in America. And when they say to you, well, that's how we do it here, be like, that's interesting. Can I get a copy of that policy? I'd like to send it to the ACLU for them to review. The ACLU loves shit like that. They will send a lawyer to that Bubsville nowhere fucking courthouse and get all the way up to their neck and their ass about shit like that. But no, you fight a court ticket by going to court. Now, for example, when I was in college, I got pulled over for something stupid, and the court date was on a Tuesday at 9 o'clock. I called the clerk and I said, I'm sorry, I can't make Tuesday at 9 o'clock. And they said, oh, we'll schedule it for the following month on Tuesday at 9 o'clock. I said, I can't do Tuesday at 9 o'clock. I will never be able to do a Tuesday at 9 o'clock. They said, well, why is that? I said, because I'm a college student and I have stacked classes on Tuesdays and Thursdays. I can be there Monday, Wednesday, or Friday at 9 o'clock. And the first thing they said was, well, that officer's court date, I'm sorry, man, but that's unconstitutional. You can't assign me a fixed court date because of the officer's availability. That violates my due process. The courthouse is open 5 days a week. I need to be assigned a court date on Monday, Wednesday, or Friday because those are the days that I can be there. Yeah, stand by. 20 minutes later. Yeah, just come in and pick up your license. Because what they know is going to happen is that precinct only gives, that cop gets all of his tickets taken care of on the second Tuesday at 9 o'clock. That's his court date. If you go into court and the officer's not there, they have to dismiss. We got really lax on some things and strict on others, but in the wrong way. You're right, Magnus, but before anybody blames the government for that, the things that we got lax on and the things that we got strict on, those are all the things that the people wanted. For example, now, hear me with a full ear, whether or not you receive SNAP or not. Hear me with full ears open. I don't want there to be a SNAP program. I don't want there to be a WIC program. I don't want those programs to have to exist at the federal government level. I want those programs to exist at the state level. I don't want money taken out of a woman's paycheck so that she can help pay for a woman in another state's kids' food, but because of her taxes, she can't buy her own kids' food. I had a friend, she was a lifelong friend, managed to piss her off. Imagine that. I said to her, she got mad at me because I said, you're worrying about saving $350 a paycheck to give your kids Christmas when you don't even have the basics underneath you. She's mad about that. Tough shit. When things were at their lowest, my kids got one gift. We had a Charlie Brown fucking Christmas tree and my kids got one gift. But my kids had food. My kids had lights, right? I don't need to wait to December to give my kids what they need. You got food? Yeah. You got lights? Yeah. You got heat? Yeah. You got clean water? Yeah. Okay. What we have is we have a society that has all its values in the wrong places. As a teacher, I used to reprimand children who teased other kids for wearing Kmart clothes or Walmart clothes or Payless shoes. Look, it's not the kid's not even legally allowed to work. You're making fun of the kid because you're making fun of the kid because they wear generic clothes, not mall clothes, not name brand clothes. How the fuck is the kid supposed to fix that? I remember one time, the valedictorian at the school I was teaching at was a poor ass kid. Poor as fuck. But the kid had 4.0 GPA. Never had anything lower than an A+. And so I remember that kid was off doing their thing, missed my class, and some of the kids were talking about it. I said, I got a question for you. I heard you over the years make fun of this kid because they wear Payless shoes. They don't have a new backpack. They don't have these things. How the fuck did they beat you so thoroughly that you were half a point? You were half a GPA point away from even being in the contention to be in the running for valedictorian. That kid grew up to fucking make a huge donation back to the school. Our society has gotten fucking its values, and I think parents are a huge part of the problem. It's like my daughter, I tell this story often. She doesn't like it. That's too bad. It's my story to tell. Came down the stairs. My daughter was bragging about being rich in front of her friends. I looked at her and I said, "You're not rich. I'm rich. You're a broke Mexican girl who lives in my house." She is in fact Mexican. I said, "I'm rich. If you're gonna lord over other people that you're rich, then we're gonna knock you down a bunch of pegs because you're the broke little Mexican girl who lives in my house." She got mad. Her friends went home. "I can't believe you said that. Can't believe I told the truth." Yeah, we're engaging in anti-intellectualism. It's now a sin or a crime or taboo to be smart because it makes dumb people uncomfortable. There should be shame in being poor. But there should be shame in being poor, which I know is a bad thing to say. It's terrible, but it makes people strive not to be poor. No, there should be zero shame in being poor. There should be zero shame in being poor. Because you never have any idea how somebody ended up poor. As I told you, there's a huge section of American society that lives in poverty because of taxes, not because of work. They make too much to get aid, but not enough to thrive. There should be no shame in being poor. There should be shame in wallowing in poverty. There should be shame in lazy. See, you want to wage a war on poor people. I want to wage a war on poverty. And one of us is morally correct. You want to shame poor people. Tell me how shaming poor people fixes it. You're a poor kid from a poor neighborhood, low property taxes, low school budget, low education, low opportunities. How do you fix it? Why would I want to shame a poor kid? Kid can't fix it. And yes, you can go to school and you can work hard. What caliber of teacher does your poor ass school have? Now, you want to fix a major problem? I'll tell you how to fix a major problem. Every teacher in a state should make the same. Every teacher in the state should make the same. It shouldn't be district to district. Every teacher in the state should be a state employee, so they all should make the same amount of money. But if we tell them it's okay and give them false... Whoa, stop. When did we say it's okay and give them false hope? I would be happier if we just told them... Yeah, but here's the thing, Magnus, you're not fucking poor. So who the fuck cares about your happiness in dealing with poverty? Wouldn't you risk all the good teachers leaving for a different state then? You'd have to implement a standard wage across the country. No, you can't implement a standard wage across the country because schools aren't funded federally. All right, Rad, you say one more dumbass shit fucking thing. Give me the news article for this fucking accident. My dad's truck was squashed between two semis. The guy behind him fell asleep. My dad had to crawl out the back window. Had glass in his hand and a broken arm. Truck was bent in half. What the fuck does that have? You know what? You're F-73. You're F-73. Salty bread, the problem is how we fund our schools. It would work if we funded schools federally, but we don't do that. See, we fund schools primarily through property tax. Well, yeah, because remember, the cost of living is different. So, in my state, you have the Chicagoland area. And then you have the Metro East area. And for the most part, this is a very high standard of living. This is a very low, or this is a very medium standard of living, and the rest of this is a low standard of living. I could go be a teacher in the middle of bumfuck cornfield, Illinois, make $25,000 a year, and be okay. Because my house only cost me $70,000. Your state is damn near 50th in education, has been for a long time. You start failing a little bit here and they're sending your ass to alt school with the gangbangers and providing no help out of that situation. Right, and unfortunately, Dr. Clark, Eastside High, he's got a good answer to that. Why do we feel it necessary to provide alternative education to gangbangers who are carrying a 0.3 GPA? Just kick them out of school. We should not have to fucking continue to educate people who have clearly given up on themselves. If I can get rid of, like, I tell you the story. There was a kid who was robbing pizza delivery guys. He went to the daytime school I was security at. They shot him 3 times. They blew a fucking hole in his arm. 6 weeks later, he's at the alternative school. I worked security during the day, and I worked at the I taught at the alternative school at night. Why the fuck do we have to give an education to a kid who's pending trial for armed robbery, who also has a whopping 0.7 GPA? Because the school board says so. I taught in an alternative school. It was all computer-based. Reading level for the alternative school computer-based program was 7th grade. That's why I eventually left. And when I got the opportunity to go on active duty orders, I took them. Because I said to the alternative school board staff, I said, how can you sleep at night knowing you're signing off on a fucking high school diploma for a kid who's doing all their work at a 7th grade reading level? And guess what? None of them gave a damn. What they gave a damn about was because they taught 4 class periods at night. That was $10,000 extra a half year. It's $20,000 extra a year. Taught from 4 to 8. 4 50-minute sessions, $2,500 a session for the semester. That's all they cared about. Computer-based training, sitting in the back of the room. How the fuck can your math department have algebra, geometry, and trigonometry being taught at the same time? You can't. You cannot. I was in a class with a kid in 7th grade. The alternative school had a small chunk ripped out of his abdomen from pulling out a taser. I was only there because I failed 2 classes. Right. As I've said, this is the problem with American schooling. I was teaching 7th grade. There was a kid in my class who read at the 2nd grade level. How the fuck is this kid gonna be in a slot right here? How the fuck do I teach a kid 7th grade material if he only reads at the 2nd grade level? Which means 100% of his education has to happen at the school. Will it ever happen? No, because the government wants to keep you dumb. The government wants to keep you dumb. I won't even do it this way. Let me do it this way. Okay. Meditations by Marcus Aurelius. Most people can't even read Meditations by Marcus Aurelius because it's above their level. The Prince by Machiavelli, right? The Prince is all about understanding power. Am I playing the game or am I getting played? Extreme Ownership, Lincoln on Leadership, great book. The 360 Degree Leader, great book. Self-Improvement, right? The Subtle Art of Not Giving a Fuck by Mark Manson, highly recommend it. The Happiness Trap by Russ Harris, absolutely recommend it. Why did it put all my fucking dashes as EM dashes? I don't like that. I need to figure out what I did with the CSS on this page. How to stop worrying and start living. I wonder if reading level correlates with the ability to understand the book if you listen to it on audio level. No, it does not. I know people don't like Howard Gardner because what he teaches is pseudoscience. And I don't care about Howard Gardner from a scientific point of view. I care about it from the educator impact. So here's me at the front of the classroom, right? And here's me right here. Ironically, I'm at the front of the classroom. And you're listening to me auditorily. So my primary means of teaching is audio. But why do I do the segments where I come over here to this chalkboard? Because some people are visual learners. Some of the time, one of you starts to go back and forth with another one of you in the chat. That's interpersonal. Sometimes I'm up here and I see 26 viewers in the room and I'm just talking to myself. Intrapersonal. Just inside of me. There are multiple ways to learn. Not everybody learns the same way. I know people that have graduated college with a really low reading level, but the curriculum they took was mostly lectures. I hated going to lecture. I mean, I don't mind. I shouldn't say I hated it. It's not my preferred method. I know some of you get frustrated with me. Sometimes I'm listening to a long video and I put it up to 1.25 or 1.5. Pisses my wife off all the time. My TikToks, I listen to all of my TikToks with just holding my thumb down. All of my TikToks will be listened to like
magic. Not a sandwich, not a steak, not even a glass of water. Hermione explains this to Harry and Ron in Deathly Hallows when they're camping in the forest, starving and desperate. Ron wants her to conjure up a feast. She can't. Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration forbids it, and food is one of the 5 principal exceptions. Things magic fundamentally cannot create from nothing. The restriction isn't about...
Like, I listen to everything at times 2. It's why I tell people, if you ever need to watch one of my YouTube videos, just put me on times 2. I'm a sexy chipmunk. You don't give up on the government because what is the alternative? Well, unfortunately, you can give up on this government. Unfortunately, you are correct that the state of nature teaches us government only exists because without government, we're all Negan. The Walking Dead, although it is fiction, is a great example for politics. You look at the three villages, the 3 towns, the 3 centers in Walking Dead. You have a democracy, you have a monarchy, and you basically essentially have an oligarchy. That's Hilltop. And then all of a sudden in comes Negan, and people think Negan was the worst of the 4 leadership styles. Yeah, he created a caste system. He had 2 levels of people. But when you hear, let me see if I can pull it really, really quickly. Negan has a great, yeah. Everybody gets the wrong idea about Negan in The Walking Dead, which really bothers me because it's a really well-written character. A really, really, really well-written character.
Plan B.
People are a resource. Money on the table. People are the foundation of what we are building here!
Everybody in The Walking Dead, fans of The Walking Dead say Negan was the worst of the leaders. Except, if you think about it, and you gotta know the Walking Dead story, Negan responds to Alexandria after Rick kills 5 of Negan's people, and Negan has no idea that Alexandria is even there. Negan gets made out to be the bad guy. Negan's not the bad guy. Negan's a warlord. But does Negan ever just go around raping his own people? Does he go around killing his own people? No, the horrible shit that he does, number one, he holds the higher caste responsible for their fuck-ups. They're supposed to be taking care of the people. They live the more luxurious life to provide for the worker class. Rick is the one running around killing people. I love the idea of I love the idea of people not understanding where we are without government. But it bothers me that, yeah, I would be a good warlord. I'd be a good benevolent dictator. Because as a benevolent dictator, if I was handed the country, if Q from Star Trek popped in and said, congratulations, you're now the dictator of America, I would be looking around and I'd say, well, shit, we have a really big problem. I got to feed 42 million people come Saturday. We don't teach people to remember, back in the day, people went to the square. They went to the square to listen to the learned men. Now, how did you become a learned man? Well, unfortunately, somebody started making a bullshit. They refined it. It sounded good. Right? As long as your people are healthy, fed, you don't have sickness, you don't have crippling poverty, you don't have people dying in the street. Mayor Johnson of Chicago should resign. Look, man, I get it. You can't properly police the city because you're 1,200 police officers understaffed. With that said, if I was 1,200 police officers understaffed as the mayor of Chicago, I would have already contacted the governor and said, look, man, I'm 1,200 police officers short. I'm 1,200 police officers short. Can I get some National Guard presence up here? Show of force? Has the National Guard in DC arrested one person? Why are they 1,200 short? Do you want to be a Chicago cop? Do you read about Chicago in the news? I don't want to be a Chicago cop. I don't want to get shot at. I don't want to be a cop. I don't. I respect police officers. I'm respectful to them. Now, I stonewall them as part of the adversarial legal system we have, but I'm polite when I do it. Come to my door. Yeah, there was an incident on the street. We're going to need to see your ring camera footage. I'm going to need to see a subpoena. I don't think you understand. No, I don't think you understand. I'm going to need a subpoena. Well, we'll just go get a warrant. Or you could do it a lot simply and go get a subpoena. Because if you go get a warrant, it's going to give you the box. You're not getting in the box without me. So you can be an asshole and go get a warrant and try to seize the box. Or you can come back with a subpoena that properly defines the scope of what days and what time you want the footage. Because I'll be goddamned if I'm going to give you all of the footage from my surveillance system. That's just not going to happen. Little while later, come back with a properly defined subpoena. They're looking for the video and audio footage from 13:30 to 14:30 on this date. Sure, if you give me about 2 hours, I'll have it prepped up for you. What are they looking for? This is what they're looking for. Burn it to a CD. Call them up. Hey guys, do you want to come get this, or do you want me to drop it off at the courthouse? Because that's all a subpoena is. It's a legal piece of paperwork that says this is what we're looking for. If you have it, you are compelled to give it because a judge has said it is relevant. I wouldn't want to be a cop. It's always a hell no to me. The trauma some of them going through for crap pay. I'll be right back. It's like police officers have to put up with a lot of bullshit. And one of the pieces of bullshit they have to put up with is all these sovereign citizens. Look, if you're a sovereign citizen, that's because cops are expected to address every failure of society. You're absolutely correct. Not cops are expected to deal with the dredges of society each and every single day. They're expected to do a job where each and every single day they might not go home to their family. Think of all the money blue states can now save. They're no longer feeding the obese mouths in red states. Are you trying to be funny? Are you trying to be humorous? Because you completely missed. You are a person without any empathy or compassion. I don't think you've ever done any community service. I don't think you've ever done any charity work. I don't think you've ever worked at a food pantry. I don't think you've worked with the poor. I think, Space Plum, you are one of these people that definitely doesn't follow Wheaton's law, because you would never say that shit in the real world. You would never say that to anybody in society. You have bravery due to anonymity. I am highly judgmental. No, I'm highly psychological when I judge people. Think of all the money blue states can now save that they are no longer feeding obese mouths. Okay? And what? Yes, it is a known fact that blue states contribute more on average to the federal budget than red states do. Absolutely. Highly carried by New York and California. New York happens to be the home of all of our money, and California happens to be the home of Silicon Valley and our largest port. Almost all of the Asian trade comes in through the port in California or through Washington. Also keeping in mind that California radically benefits in primary, secondary, and tertiary effects of the military presence in California. I'm not upset. You just, at 12:25 Central Standard Time, you said the first thing you'd ever said on my channel. I'm not upset. What I'm upset about is that you have no compassion and you have no empathy. If you have no compassion and no empathy, you are part of the problem, not part of the solution. Are there people living in poverty in those blue states? Yes, absolutely there are. Are there people living in poverty in those red states? Yes, absolutely there are. Why would you think that money from blue states going into the federal budget, going back to the red states, they're not going to the red states? And why would you think that they're all obese mouths? I have no tolerance and no patience for people with zero empathy and zero compassion. I care about feeding people. I care about looking at the percentage of the population that lives in rotational poverty because they can't get benefits because they make too much money, but they have to pay for other people's benefits. I have a really bad news case for you. Have you ever been to the South? Yes, I have been to the South. I was stationed at Maxwell Air Force Base multiple times in my career. Montgomery, Alabama. 3 or 4 blocks off of the base, some of the poorest poverty I have ever seen. If you drive 20 minutes to downtown Montgomery, very beautiful. The mayor of Montgomery, every time I was there, you have to have a briefing with the mayor because he wants your per diem. He wants you to spend money on the local economy. When I was down there, I happened to spend my time helping volunteer work with poor schools. I spent my weekends at adult literacy programs because when I'm there, if I have a weekend off, I'll do volunteer work. So what's your point? I've been around the South a lot. A lot of places after Katrina I went. I was, Arkansas has the highest obesity rate in the country. Why is this allowed to furnish? I will help you out with that. What causes obesity? Since you seem to be a scholar on this topic, you should have no problem telling me what causes obesity. Come on, man, you're already committed. What causes obesity? Oh, now, sorry, I forgot. You had to Alt-Tab and get into ChatGPT. If I give you $250 a month to buy junk food, lack of exercise, bad hygiene. Hygiene has absolutely nothing to do with obesity, so that's strike one. Lack of exercise is true, I'll give you that. Junk food, it has nothing to do with junk food. What causes obesity? Intake exceeds output. No, it doesn't. Hygiene has absolutely nothing to do with obesity. Hygiene has absolutely zero to do with obesity. Junk food has absolutely nothing to do with obesity. If your caloric needs for your body weight is 1800, it doesn't matter what you eat. If you need 1800 calories a day to be sedentary, if you take in 1900 calories a day, your weight will go up. If you take in 1700 calories a day, your weight will go down. That is period. That is it. That is the bottom line. Diets are not keto or Atkins or caveman. All of these things, right? Yeah, Asmongold is 6'3", 135 pounds. Are you high? Over calorie intake is not the sole cause. I'm not oversimplifying the problem. Give me one empirical data study that says hygiene impacts obesity. Hygiene is a secondary or tertiary factor because it's a psychological thing. Hygiene itself doesn't cause obesity because people that are bedridden have bad hygiene, but they're not all obese. You're trying to link causation. Bad hygiene does not cause obesity. Caloric intake versus output is the only thing that determines obesity. Bad teeth, lack of bathing, does not cause obesity. Does not cause obesity. Period. The only thing that causes weight gain or weight loss. No. You just moved that I'm gonna tell you right now, you just moved that fucking goalpost from a hockey net to a soccer net. Because you were wrong, and now you just walked from cause to hand in hand. Yes, you did. Because you said bad hygiene causes obesity. Hand in hand is correlation. You are trying to correlate symptoms of obesity to their cause. It does. It does not. I'm telling you. I am fucking telling you. The only thing that causes obesity is taking in more calories than your body burns. Period. You could have no teeth and if you drank 10 of these a day, you would be taking in 2,300 calories. You would gain weight. If you only need 1,800 calories a day, you would be gaining 1/6 of a pound every day. Now, you say junk food. Yeah, how does hygiene affect how many calories you burn or consume? It's thermodynamics. Now, what you're talking about symptoms of obesity. When you are obese, you often, not always, you lack the ability to properly clean yourself. Absolutely. I'm not going to dispute that, but you're saying the cause of obesity. The cause of obesity is you take in more calories than you burn that day. Now, you said junk food. Junk food doesn't cause obesity. Junk food is heavy in sugar, heavy in fructose, heavy in sucrose, heavy in sodium, leads you to overconsume. For example, a soda has 1,600 calories in it. I'm sorry, 160 calories in it. If you're drinking 10 sodas a day, that's 1,600 calories a day. When I was running 7 to 10 miles a day when I was active duty, was no problem. I used to drink a 2-liter of soda like a 20-ounce bottle. Tell me, Professor Diet, that a lack of hygiene, which leads to lack of self-esteem, which leads to overeating. Nope. Because what you're doing now is you are trying to tie all these other things in. A lack of hygiene doesn't always lead to a lack of self-esteem. In fact, a lack of self-esteem may lead to the lack of hygiene and not lead to overeating. In fact, yeah, a lack of hygiene doesn't necessarily lead to a lack of self-esteem. A lack of self-esteem could lead to a lack of hygiene. Depression, you're absolutely right. You're saying which leads to overeating. Not every depressed person overeats. Some depressed people don't eat. Yeah, a lack of self-esteem can go both ways. But again, what did you just say? Overeating. No, I didn't argue myself into a corner at all. You said all these things lead to overeating. Overeating means excess calories. And this is the only thing that causes this. You said depression, and I'm just going to label it as depression, leads to this. It doesn't. Depression can lead to a lack of eating. By the way, before this guy argues with me, can somebody in my community please let this guy know my background? Just so he doesn't think that I'm going to argue from the expert level. Because I don't think he understands who he's having a conversation with. Overeating is more complex than just calories. Overeating is more complex than just calories. You are correct. Now you're getting to the heart of it. Now you're starting to understand. Overeating. I've already been there though. I was there about a minute and a half ago where I said soda. People that drink soda often don't know how many calories they're taking in. Overeating isn't the same as obesity. Correct. When I go on vacation, I overeat. I don't think I'm obese. I mean, I don't think I'm rocking that obese anymore. I was. What you're trying to do is you're trying to say all these other things lead to obesity. All these other things can contribute to depression. Depression can lead to overeating, but it doesn't have to. When I'm sad, I eat a cheesecake. Well, the joke is when I'm sad, I cut myself. Another slice of cheesecake. When my daughter is sad, she doesn't eat at all. So you're saying, and some of the things you're saying are flat wrong. We'll go to this one. You tried to say, right? Your statement was, look at what causes obesity from just your argument that is solely a physical issue. The only thing that causes obesity, and I don't know how many more times I can say this, if this is your daily caloric need, if you eat this, you will gain weight. If you eat this, you will lose weight. Period. Done. What causes this? Overeating. What causes this? Lots of things. Being on vacation. Being gifted a box of chocolates. But just because I spend a week overeating doesn't mean I'm suddenly obese. In fact, to be obese, you have to walk all the way through the overweight category. Which, depending on which, and I hate the insurance companies are now making decisions on there's obese and then there's medically obese. So no, I didn't say no psychological factors. The psychological factors impact depression. Depression can lead to overeating. But hygiene has absolutely nothing to do with causing obesity. Yeah, like people get into this nuance of whole versus processed food, mental health, finances. None of it changes the fact that if you eat more calories than you burn, you will gain fat. For example, what was that fucking swimmer's name? I can't think his name. The Olympic gold, Michael Phelps. Michael Phelps at one point was taking in 8,000 calories a day. 12,000 calories a day. Was he obese? No, he was overeating. By any fucking standard. I've mentioned the word depression in your argument. Because my background is psychology. I'm a social scientist. I teach psychology. So I was hoping somebody else would have told you. You're arguing with psychological factors with the guy who teaches it. So, you're trying to connect directly mental health, self-esteem. Well, then where does anorexia come from? Because self-esteem leads individual. Where does bulimia come from? Their self-esteem causes them to not eat or to purge. You're trying to make these connections that the one that you have on the screen right now. Oh, that's not the one. Where's the one? Where did you go? You're trying to say that a lack of... I'm not changing the goalposts at all. See, I always know people don't know how to argue when they just parrot me. You moved the goalpost. No, it doesn't change it at all. How does it change it? My argument is and has always been the only thing that causes obesity is taking in more calories than you burn. Period. That's it. Yeah, bad teeth hygiene could be said to cause anorexia. Teeth hurt, you eat less. But then you have the shakes. You have the meal replacement shakes. The only thing that causes obesity is taking in more calories than you burn. Period. Michael Phelps was taking in 8,000 or 12,000 calories a day, but he was burning them all because he was swimming. I was taking in close to 4,000 calories a day, but I was running 7 to 10 miles. So, to get you back to the, isn't it nice that we're not feeding all these obese people, right? You basically have systematic overeating in the U.S. Where lies the root of the problem? We don't have systematic overeating in the U.S. We have what somebody else was mentioning. Ask a dietitian or nutritionist the underlying cause of overeating. You are simplifying the issue on intake versus calorie burn. No, I'm not, actually. And ironically enough, I have had many conversations with dietitians and nutritionalists. My daughter has anorexia. So you think that I probably have talked to nutritionalists and dietitians a lot. Space Plum, I'm going to help you out. You stumbled into the wrong fucking channel. You probably think that you can say this stupid shit and people ignore you, and you feel that your message gets through to the people in the chat. I don't let stupid shit roll through. If you want to change like you are now, because now you're bouncing back and forth. You said, what you said was, bad hygiene causes depression. Okay? Bad hygiene has nothing to do. I'm sorry, you said bad hygiene causes obesity. Bad hygiene doesn't connect to obesity through one link of the chain. It doesn't even connect to obesity through 2 links of the chain. No, I corrected myself, and I'm not angry. What I'm disgruntled about is people like you who don't know what the fuck you're talking about, running around not wanting to learn. Like, why are you even here? You obviously have part of an opinion, and you keep telling me to go talk to people that I've already talked to. Thermodynamics of the human body is the only thing that causes weight gain or weight loss. Now, foot stomp on the footnote. There are some people here, ChatGPT. Did you just use ChatGPT? He just used ChatGPT. This is the guys, this is what the fuck I've been saying since ChatGPT came out. ChatGPT is a language model that will tell you back what you want to hear. Now, I'm going to take this. Are linked to shared risk factors like diet and inflammation, leading to health problems and leading. Obesity increases the risk of skin infections and skin folds, oral health issues like gum disease and other health problems. While poor hygiene can exacerbate these issues, it may also be linked to other conditions like holy shit. Hold on, what does this say? What did this motherfucker just post this shit thinking it's his golden bullet and it backs up what I just said? Dude, this is all the fuck I've been saying to you. Linked? No, dumbass. Now you're gonna get the dumbass protocol. You didn't say they were linked. You said bad hygiene causes obesity. That's what the motherfuck you said. Now you've changed the goalpost. Your own chat GPT. No, it's not the same difference, you illiterate motherfucker. You're the problem with society. One of us needed chat GPT to make this argument. One of us didn't. You just posted exactly what the fuck I said. You said I never said the word depression. Chat GPT did. No need for the abuse? Yeah, there is. This is why there's need for the abuse. Because you've decided to walk all the way through fuck around, and now you're finding out. Nobody in your life has ever looked you in the face and said, you're a dumb motherfucker with no empathy and no compassion. You're an ignorant, bigoted, dumb motherfucker with no empathy and compassion. You think it's a good thing that people in red states who are obese aren't getting their SNAP benefits when you don't even understand what causes obesity in the first place. You're the fucking walking, talking poster child of the failure of Western education. Because you had a chat GPT argument with a person who's vested and learned in the information, and you posted something you didn't even proofread, and it got to the word depression. And out of my own subject matter expertise, I got to depression 10 fucking minutes ago. So you got to make, this is like the crossroad in your life. You either need to recognize you're an ignorant, bigoted, dumb motherfucker and maybe open your ears and listen and then take what you're told and go learn on it, or continue to run around, be an ignorant, bigoted, dumb motherfucker. The chat seems to not know how to use their brain on their own. Is that common in your country? Yes. Yes, it very much is. And I am not embarrassed to give you this answer. Oh, hold on. Where'd you go? Yes. It is so embarrassing when foreigners see how Americans are, because America is supposed to be the citadel of higher education. Because we have Harvard and Yale and Brown and Notre Dame, and we have Johns Hopkins, and we have MIT, and we have all these amazing fucking schools that people can come to. And yet the average fucking American is like this asshole who says something, and then when you say you're moving the goalposts, they literally went from saying bad hygiene causes obesity to obesity and bad hygiene being linked. Of course, obesity and bad hygiene are being linked. Of course they are. Of fucking course they are. Because when you are obese, then you start to have bad teeth. You have bad hygiene. You have self-esteem. You have depression. Now, depression can be cyclical. You have depression in your life, it causes you to, well, actually, it causes you to overeat. You have depression in your life, it causes you to overeat. Because you overeat, you get obese. You continue to gain weight. Because you continue to gain weight, you have negative self-image, so you have a self-esteem issue. You eat your feelings. For other people, though, it short-circuits it. You have obesity, so you have self-esteem issues, which causes depression, which causes up here, causes you to stop eating, which obviously then doesn't cause more obesity. It causes anorexia, or it causes bulimia. And eventually your obesity becomes being underweight. I can't handle living in a fucking world where people use ChatGPT, they copy and paste it without reading it, and the last word of your fucking copy and paste gets you to the word that the guy you're arguing with got to 20 fucking minutes ago. And I get it. I'm sorry. I apologize. I read the DSM-5. I read the ICD-11. You can't teach, well, actually, I read the DSM-4 and the ICD-10. Let me not credential myself properly. I'm sorry that I read the fucking 2 manuals for diagnostic criteria when I taught Psych 101. What I used to teach Psych 101 students was, as you grow up in America, you're only going to be told to use the DSM-5. But the ICD-11, the International Classification of Diagnosis that the World Health Organization uses, is a good reference. Now, you can't use it in America because American insurance companies are all based on what is your DSM-5 classification. Also, remember, a really great example of it that somebody tried to argue with me about, and they alienated me because they didn't hear all the right words. The ICD-11 doesn't have gender dysphoria anymore. The ICD-11 has moved gender dysphoria to transsex congruence. It's not on the top of my head. But they've moved it out of a mental health disorder into a full body disorder. Because part of the treatment for that is sex reassignment surgery. So I used to tell students, I was like, 99% of you, in America, the DSM-5 is only for mental health disorders. We have a book for only mental health disorders. The World Health Organization doesn't do that. So when you start talking about the DSM-5, yeah, so it's not they moved it out of mental health disorders and they put it into full body conditions, because a full body condition can be treated with mental health or it can be treated with surgery. The DSM-5, the way we do things in America, is it's a mental health disorder. Because was that change politically motivated? Well, everything's politically motivated. I want to show you a picture of why a lot of people don't get healthy with mental health treatment in America. I just want to show you the picture so that you understand why the way the World Health Organization and the way Europe does it is healthier for the person. Ready? When you go into your shrink's office, you will almost always find this book sitting on their desk because they have to word diagnoses very specifically. But what's the key here? Mental health disorders. The Diagnostic and Statistic Manual of Mental Disorders. I'm disordered. Or you could do it the World Health or the International Classification of Diagnoses. Don't we all know that if we just changed the DSM-5 when we put the 6 out, if we just called it the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of the American Psychiatric Association, couldn't we take mental disorders out of the title? And everybody knows that the DSM-6 is for crazy people, but we could take it out of the name. You have anxiety, you have a mental disorder. You have depression, you have a mental disorder. You have PTSD, you have a mental disorder. Well, I didn't do this shit to myself. But you notice that some people, like the guy that was so adamant about how wrong I was, guys, I'm never going to be nice to somebody who's just doubling down on stupid. This isn't a world, I'm sorry, I don't want to live in the world where we listen and we don't judge. Fuck that bullshit. If you come up and you say some ignorant ass, uneducated ass fucking shit, I'm gonna be nice to you until we get to a point, and I'm gonna say, no, you're an ignorant, dumb motherfucker with no empathy or sympathy for people. Not every poor person is obese. Why are poor people more likely to be obese? Well, one of it could be is that they're eating a lot of fucking shit processed food. Yeah, the guy wanted to argue, and I love to argue. I fucking love to argue. Just bring a goddamn argument. Bring an argument. Processed food is cheaper. Yes, processed food is cheaper. Now, I don't have junk food in here. I'll give you a great example. I gotta throw this out because this is opened. I didn't realize this was open. Calories per serving, 80. But there's 2.5 servings in the bottle. There isn't a single reason that poor people are obese. No, there is a single reason poor people are obese. There is a single reason why poor people are obese. It's the same reason why everybody's obese. They take in more calories than they burn. I'll give you an example. There are some of those meals, those cheap box meals, that are just disproportionately heavy in calories. Or what is it that I said? My cousin's dad is dying. She's like my little sister. So I try to be supportive every day. Not filling at all. Yes, and you guys, you'll laugh about this. To the world, you may be one person, but to one person, you may be the world. Or to a box of mac and cheese, you may personally identify as a family of 4. Damn judgmental macaroni. Yeah, exactly. Yesterday, I told you, I went to the grocery store. I spent $92 on 2 days worth of food. That's it. 2 fucking days worth of food. $92 on 2 days worth of food. $20 of that was 2 salads. I got my wife a salad. I got me a salad. If you're a poor person, you can't afford to eat salad. If you're poor, you can't afford to eat salad. Salad is $8.99 a pound, and it's 200, 300 calories maybe, or you throw the 50-cent pack of dressing on it that makes it 600 calories. The fucking dressing is 300 calories. Doesn't fill you. Yeah, you have a soda. I'll do this daily caloric intake calculator. Buy a whole chicken for 6 to 8 uncooked. Break it down and you have close to a week's worth of protein for a person there alone. Okay, Sweeza, I'm going to say this. You are absolutely right. You are absolutely right. Except, if you're poor, you can't afford to eat chicken. You're right. You have close to a week's worth of protein. But nowhere near your calories. You have nowhere near your calories. Besides the fact, you say buy a whole chicken for 6 to 8 uncooked. Why? I can buy a fucking rotisserie chicken for $4.99 cooked. Obesity is the level 1 result. Calories in over calories out is the level 2 cause. But I'm trying to get to the level 3 reasons that link to level 1 results, such as not enough money to buy healthy. There you go. See, Warhead made that other guy's argument for him. Not enough money to buy healthier foods. Not enough time to cook, prepare a healthy, well-balanced diet. Not enough education to even know what needs to be done. Those are the level 3 factors. But those are the level 3 factors. The cause of obesity is more calories in than calories out. That is the only cause of obesity. What causes overeating? That other individual was kind of getting there, but they want, like, obesity. What causes this? Thermodynamics of diet. The only thing that causes this is this. It's one thing. That is it. It is one thing. The thermodynamics of diet. What causes this? That's where Warhead is saying, Warhead isn't trying to say this up here causes this. He's saying this up here causes this causes this. In fact, some of those things, because he's talking about the level 1, the level 2, the level 3 factors. If we take the end result as obese, what causes this? The thermodynamics of diet. What causes this? This. What causes this? This. Well, actually, it's the other way around. This is 1. What causes this? These. What caused these? This. Lack of education. I would never try to make the argument that lack of education causes obesity. But I would absolutely support the position that lack of education leads to an individual inadvertently overeating, therefore ruining their thermodynamics of diet. For example, McDonald's. You go to McDonald's. Poor people. I was one of you back in the day. Why did you go to McDonald's? 89-cent McChicken. I know I'm dating myself. 89-cent McChicken, 79-cent small fry, $1 large soda. Okay? $1 large soda, 89-cent McChicken, 79-cent fry. For $2.68 plus tax, you got something that filled you up. You got something that filled you up. Was the McChicken filling? Fuck no. Fuck no, it was not. Was that small fry filling? No, but you liked it. It was your treat. What filled you up? The $1 44-ounce fucking soda? The 600 calories of sugar water you just drank? That's what filled you up. True. Yes, Mag. It's like if that guy had just hung out here and not tried to push this fucking goalpost shifting bullshit, we could have gotten there. You didn't feel full because you got a McChicken and a small fry. You felt full because you had a soda that would have filled both of these. You remember the fucking old supersized fucking McDonald's cup? It was like a fucking half a gallon of soda. Yeah, soda is still cheaper than water. And why is it? Yeah, you remember those. Let me see if I can find yeah, soda is cheaper than water. Okay, guys. Look at the size of that motherfucker. Look at the size of that bitch. That was 1987. Look at the size. Look at the size of this fucking thing. Cup holder. There was no fucking cup holder. There was no fucking cup holder. It was 44 ounces of soda. Mega jug. Oh shit, I remember these too. Oh, I'm sorry. It was 42 ounces. It was 42. I lied to you. Shit. You remember these motherfuckers? Going to fucking 7-Eleven? The Team Gulp. 128 ounce fucking soda used to be like $2. The Mega Jug from KFC. 64 ounces. The king size, 42, and free refills. And why was that so bad? Because you would drink half the damn thing, and then you would walk out the door, filling it up. And now this guy that wants to talk about all this shit that I don't understand, I should talk to a nutritionist. I should talk to a dietitian. Really? I don't think I need to. I think I've done enough of that. Why is a 44-ounce soda? Oh, that's without ice. You don't dare put ice in your drink on the way out. You put ice in it while you're going to be drinking it in the lobby. Then when you go up, you dump all the ice out. You fill it up to 44 more ounces. Then you get home, you put it in the fridge, and you get a cup of ice. The reason why soda is bad for you is because... And he said junk food. And if you notice when he said junk food, I said junk food kind of, but I wanted to get to the thermodynamics of diet, but I want to get back to junk food now. Why does junk food lead to obesity? because your body is running off of sugar instead of running off of protein. We're not meant to, we are meant to consume sugar. We are meant to consume sugar. We're meant to consume sugar in the form of fructose, not sucrose. We're meant to consume sugar. We are meant to consume it raw, but fructose from fruit, not from refined sugar like you're talking about. We're not supposed to sweeten our tea with sugar. Yeah, we're not meant to consume refined sugar. And I could go into all the body dynamics, like if you stop eating a bunch of carbs and you switch to a higher protein diet. Yeah, fructose is fruit sugar, naturally occurring fruit sugar. Sucrose is artificial sourced. Yeah. The amount of sugar we put into things is crazy. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, but Europeans, I love your bread because your bread is bread. Americans, I hate our bread. Our bread is dessert. I said earlier that slice of bread is 100 calories. I'm American, so I didn't specify that's in the... Yeah, you're right. So there's also the fact that ingredients on your products are a minor chemistry class. You're right. Yeah, American bread cannot be sold as bread in Europe, so Subway had to change the recipe. When Subway tried to sell their bread and pay the bread tax instead of the dessert tax, the bread was found to have almost as much sugar as a fucking candy bar is allowed to have in Europe. You guys want to know what I would do? Is if I was appointed dictator of America tomorrow, I would look at every American company that sells products in Europe, and I would say in exactly 90 days, if you have made an alternative version to sell in Europe, that is the version you must sell in America. I've cooked with my European family, baked and shit. They come over. I love when they send me recipes. American, it'll be like, no, I'm not even joking. American dessert will have like it'll have like 1 full cup of granulated sugar. I'm making a dozen fucking cookies. Why the fuck does this recipe call for a full cup of sugar? You know, then what the fuck's the point of putting the chocolate chips in it? The chocolate chips are supposed to be the sweet thing that you get. The rest of it is supposed to be a biscuit. I love, people think I'm weird as shit. I love going to Europe. I love those little fucking biscuits you guys have. That shit'll make me obese. I love them fucking things. Those little hard biscuits that come out with the tea. There's just 2 of them and they're tiny. Y'all are like fucking nice people. I'd be eating that shit by the box. But what the person was trying to get to is no, not the crumpet. I know what a crumpet is. It's the other thing. It's the other thing. Crumpets aren't bad. Where's one of my British people? What's the other thing? It's not the crumpet. It's the other thing. If it was Italian, it'd be biscotti. Yeah, those little fuckers. Is it biscuit? Scone? No, not scone. Not scone. I need a fucking cultured European. It's the equivalent of a biscotti. I love those. Those are amazing. Best American food. Yeah, Europe, please help. Best American food is Southern breakfast food. No, the best tasting American food is Southern breakfast food. It's terrible for you. Guess I'm gonna have to do it myself. Oh, I'm sorry. In Italian, it wouldn't be biscotti. It'd be cantucci. Singular cookie. Yeah. We have unhealthy food, but Americans put sugar in strange places. I agree with you. I loved traveling. Again, I don't think people in the Middle East are lesser people. I hate Americans that think that way. I get weird looks. I can smell a falafel, right? I can smell a falafel from five blocks away. I can smell a falafel, and I'm just like, hold on, I gotta take a detour. I walk into like Egyptian restaurants, they all look at me like weird. I'm like, sup? They're kind of like, I'm like, falafel? Shawarma? Yeah, like, wrapped grilled shawarma sandwich. I always fuck it up. They always laugh at me anywhere I go. I walk in and I'm like, okay guys, I know what this is. It's shawarma, but it's like rolled and then it's like grilled. It has the grill lines. They always laugh at me. And they're like, yeah, we got you. It's like, Americans are so fucking racist to start with. Falafel, deep fried ball shaped fritters made from chickpeas, fava beans, and a mix of flavored herbs and spices. Shit. I love Euro. Euro is done. Awesome. I remember I got off of a fucking flight that was like too long. And I arrived and I got food on the local economy. And it was the best food I'd ever had. Lamb, rice. I loved being in Greece. I can't go to Italy though. I'm a fat guy. You cannot leave me unsupervised in Italy. Because I love Italy. Italy's so amazing. You go into these small little restaurants, and I used to be there by myself because I like good food. And I walked into this little Italian place, and it's like that comedian talks about. He's like, they don't even bring you a menu. Food just starts coming to the table. And then after about an hour, they said, now we take your order. And I'm like, now you take my order? They're like, yeah, now we take your order. Like, you're there for 2.5 hours. You're like part of the family. And then it's like $9. You've been eating for 3 fucking hours in some of these small Italian villages. And they're like, oh, I said $9. You're like, holy fuck. Be like, I'll give you 20. No, that's too much. I'd be like, they're like, come back tomorrow. I say, don't you threaten me with a good time. I'll be here. Oh yeah. Bread and breadsticks, and breadsticks aren't what we think of Olive Garden breadsticks. They're the long, hard ones. Amazing. Italian food is honestly the best in the world. No, Italian is the most dangerous in the world. Because it just keeps coming. I love Mediterranean food. I love Mediterranean food. I love Middle Eastern food. I hate American food. I hate American food. I mean, I like a steak. You won't gain weight over there. Oh no. Let me help you out. Let me help you out. You will gain a fuck ton of weight over there. You will gain a fuck ton of weight over there. The problem is they do this crazy thing that Americans don't do. They walk everywhere. Every time I was over there, it was yeah, they walk everywhere. Like, Americans will gain a fuck ton of weight. Yeah. Like, whenever I would go over there, I'd be somewhere for a month or two. First thing I would say is if I was staying on the local economy, and northern Pakistani food is your favorite. I got a good story about Indian food, and Thai food. I got you up on the screen. I got you. It's not, the food doesn't bloat you. The food doesn't bloat you. Europeans come to America, they're here for 2 weeks and they gain 2 pant sizes because they get bloated. When I would arrive somewhere in Europe, and if I got fortunate enough to stay in the local economy, they were always awesome. You stay at a little bed and breakfast, you go down to the front desk and you're like, I'm just wondering if there is a young person around who can show me where everything is. And they're like, yeah, it's like, one of their teenagers will come, like the teenager kid of the bed and breakfast, be like, yeah, let me walk you down. I'll show you where everything is. You walk out the bed and breakfast, go down like 3 blocks, and they're like, okay, from here, left is the butcher, the baker, the candlestick maker. To the right is the pub, this and that. The vegetable stand is open these days, and the market is open these days, and the little pastry shop isn't open on Mondays or Tuesdays. And then that's it. People would be like, well, why don't you have a car? What do I need a car for? You didn't ask for a rental. The bus drops me off 2 blocks from the gate of the base. Yeah, but your building is a mile inside the gate. And so it's a mile and 2 blocks walk. A lot of people's weight in this country is being bloated. You can drop 5 pounds in a few days by eating food that doesn't bloat you. Yes. You're absolutely right. A lot of people's weight is undigestible food. If you stop eating artificially processed food, you eat some food with some olive oil in it, or some canola oil, avocado oil, higher smoke point oils, your intestinal tract actually gets clear. Middle Eastern food is your shit. My 2 half-siblings of Assyrian descent, the family was like buffets. Oh yeah. Now back to Indian Pakistani food. Really important guy in my life. He gave me my first career. New Indian place opened up in Chicago. I can't remember the name, but it was fucking brilliant. I love Indian food. But I always go in and I always laugh with them, especially if they're all Indian that are working there. And I always say to them, I was like, look, I know you laugh at us. Because I'm this color. I said, I want spicy, but not your spicy. So I don't want Indian 3-star spicy. I want American. I said, so what's that? And they always laugh. They're like, that's a half star. I said, great, then give me a half star. They bring me my half star. I got a nice red face. I got sweat. I'm like, okay, no problem. If once I'm here a couple of times, we'll bump it up. Well, this guy that gave me my first career, he's laughing at me. You got PTSD from Indian food because I picked the meal with 3 chilies next to it? No, you don't do that. Are you from India? Are you from Pakistan? Are you from fucking Thailand? If no, 1 star max. This guy that gave me my career, he wants to go there. And he orders it 4 star. The waiter is like, sir, he's like, no, I like spice. I'm like, dude, I can't, half star, good, delicious, hot, spicy, flavorful. He's like, no, give it to me 4 stars. I looked at his wife. I tried not to be crude with her, but she was from the South Side too. I said, you might want to get a fire hose for his ass. So the food comes. And he's talking and I'm eating and my face is turning red and the sweat's coming down. And he literally is like, you gotta man up, boy. I was like, all right, son. Like, fucking get to it. He starts eating. He's fucking chowing on this shit. Da-da-da-da-da. And then all of a sudden you could tell, like you could see through him like the x-ray, like as the food got through his stomach. And his body was like, the fuck did you just put in me? So he gets up and goes to the bathroom. And we're continuing to talk and we're having a good time. And a little while later, the server comes over and says, excuse me, sir. I believe your companion is ill. Could you please go check on him? So I go to the bathroom. I said, you all right, man? He's like, my asshole is on fire. I'm like, he's like, I need you to get the car. I need you to get the car. Pay for the meal. I'll reimburse you. I need you to get the valet to get my car and have it right in front of the doors. It's the valet's get his car. I go back and bang on the door. I say, okay, man, your car is right out. You're dead center. He goes running out. I don't see him until about noon the next day at work. And he looks tore up. He's torn up. And he comes in. And I was in the middle of the two people. We had sliding windows so I could be tasked without him. And he opens up his window and he throws me his car keys. And he's like, I need you to get my car detailed. And I was like, I just had your car he's like, I just had your car washed and waxed. And he's like, the front seat. And I'm like, oh, no. I called and told them to pick that shit up. You know, if you're an American and you've never been to India, you've never been to Pakistan, you've never been to the Middle East, you've never been to Thailand, you stop at 1 star. You stop at 1. Because they eat shit that'll kill you. Like my friend, I haven't seen him for a minute. I think he had to go back home and now he can't get back here, which is bullshit because he's owned a restaurant in this area for 30 years. He's always cool when I go in. He's been my friend when he couldn't speak English. When he couldn't speak English at all, I always would talk to him and just keep talking. And he appreciated that all the time. He can't speak English and we're talking. And then I left to go to 2 different bases. I came back and he must have heard my voice. I went in his restaurant. First thing I did when I got back, I literally got here, checked into my hotel, went to his restaurant. He must have heard my voice. He comes out the back and his English is really good. He's still got a heavy Thai accent. So I ordered my beef pad Thai. And if you sit in the one seat, you can see him cooking. And he fucks with me all the time. He's a great dude. But he's cooking, he sticks his head out. Like, he's like, maybe at 5 star, maybe at 1 star. You just don't know. I bring little baby milk. He does that shit to me all the time. All the other people, they're in the restaurant, they're kind of looking at us like, what's our relationship? So he comes and he brings just a little tiny plate of food. It's like this much. And he's like, you try. And I was like, I ain't trying shit. I ain't doing that. What is this? He's like, you just try. He's like, maybe it cow. Maybe your cat go missing. Like, fuck, man. So the one time I tried it and immediately my fucking face went. And I was like, where's the milk? He's like, oh, we no have cow. We no have milk today. I'm like, get me a glass of milk or I'm going to go behind your bar and just lay under the soda fountain. He's a good dude. He's got a really good restaurant. But as we went down our sidetrack of food, how do we feed 42 million Americans? Well, according to that other guy, we say fuck them and we don't feed them because they're all obese, right? This is another thing that I think we need to work on. We have got to educate people on nutrition at a much earlier. No, you can't ship the meals. That's not cost effective. That's not cost effective. I think the way we do it is teach people to make their own food way cheaper than DoorDash. Yes. My family wanted to start DoorDashing shit a couple of years ago, and I lost my fucking mind. I will be the first person to say I lost my shit. I looked at the credit card statement and there were DoorDash charges. And I said, oh no, motherfuckers. Oh, hell fucking no. If you want something, you drive your ass and you get it. And if you don't want it bad enough that you're willing to go and get it, then you don't want it bad enough. People DoorDash. Now, I will say this 100% absolutely. If I was still working full time as a contractor, and I stayed late one night, like say I stayed till 9 or 10 at night and I had to be back at 6 in the morning, I would probably DoorDash my lunch the next day, which I could afford because the night before I made $90 an hour for 4 hours, so I could afford it. But I would never DoorDash food if it was gonna cost me more money than I made that hour. I don't know, I spent $600 on groceries this month, a few family meals, and that's with me cutting down on some meat. Most of that was me solo though. I'm not gonna doubt that because, let me do. If I ate the same way every day, I would probably be right around the $700 or $800 mark. No, I just bought an omelet maker because I love omelets. And I'm on a high protein, low carb diet. Again, why are you on a high protein, low carb diet if the only thing that matters is the thermodynamics of food? Because a high protein diet, try exceeding your caloric intake when you have to do it with protein. It becomes really, really difficult. When you know that you have to get 120 grams of protein before you can have any carbs. I have to have 120 grams of protein mapped out before I can add any carbs into my diet. Well, that's hard to do. You just use a non-stick pan for your omelets. I would darb if I had full use of my hands, but I no longer have full use of my hands. My fine motor skills are deteriorating. Unfortunately, I don't know how much longer I'm going to be able to do the show. When you see me leave the room, it's because sometimes I need to like crack my hands and put my hands under water. Sometimes I have to put my hands in cold water. I have small cluster neuropathy of the hands, feet, and my heart. So, when you see me get up and then I get up again right away, it's because my hands are excruciating or my feet are excruciating. Sometimes I have to put my feet in cold water because it literally feels like they're burning. I'm trying to do this without pain pills because I'm not ashamed to admit it. It took me most of my life to get to the get to the realization I'm an addict. I can't have pain pills. Because I don't want one pain pill, I want 10 pain pills. I don't think people in poverty care about eating healthy, though. They just want to eat. You're right, they want to eat. And what's cheaper, healthy food or bad for you food? What's healthy for you is bad for you food. Unfortunately, what's healthy, what people in poverty can afford is what's bad for you food. But unfortunately, what's bad for you food, it's really easy to overeat. Like I'm trying to get the nutritional information. Why did they? So you take something like this, right? And I'll show you what it is in a second. But you take something along the lines of this. 370 calories. 17 grams of fat, 1,030 milligrams of sodium, 42 carbs, right? 370 calories. And it's that motherfucker. Uh-huh. First of all, it's $1.68. How many people eat 2 of these at a crack? And then you say, why is there so? Because it's all preservatives. You're absolutely right. Most people eat 2 of those. Exactly. Fucking exactly. So now, right? And this is where I'll show you how easy it becomes to overeat. Let's keep in mind that these are $1.68 each, right? And this is what people can afford to eat. But now, if we just break down some of the macros here, you're at 740 calories. To feel full, you're at 740 calories for 22 grams of protein. But you've already had 84 grams of carbs. Right? And you've had 90% of your sodium for the day. Feeling full is what matters to them. Here's the and a ton of fat. You're right. But here's the problem. They are going to be hungry again in 2 hours. They are going to be hungry again in 2 hours. Why? Because their body is running on carbs. Includes 10 grams of added sugars. What the fuck in a Salisbury steak meal needs 10 grams of added sugars? So that it tastes good? Now, 2 of these meals are going to be $3.36. That is $4.99. This has 230 calories. It has 42 grams of protein. It only has 8 grams of carbs. but it costs, I think, as much as 3 of those meals. It costs the same as 3 of those meals. What did you say? My lunch last week was ground chicken, rice, mushrooms, broccoli, spinach, and red beans. Would fill me up so much and kept me full longer to where I only needed a snack for dinner. Right. The problem is, you say buy bulk frozen veggies and meat from warehouse stores and bake it cheaper and healthier. You're right. Except, not all these people have an oven. Many of these people don't have ovens. They have range tops and microwaves. That's the part of poverty that we need to fix. It should be against the law for an apartment to not have a full oven. Poverty means poverty. No, poverty means what we tolerate poverty to be. Poverty is what, see, now remember, every single thing people have gotten was at one time exactly what people wanted. Unfortunately, people wanted a fix now instead of the right fix. I don't blame the Democrats for keeping the government shut down. I don't blame the Democrats for doing that. Do you think they could push that? A working oven stove in every apartment? Yeah. It's like this, Magnus. We have 50 states, we have 50 rules for what a bedroom is. In some states, you need to have an egress window. In some states, you need to have a closet. In some states, you need to have an egress window and a closet. Why is what a bedroom is ever open for debate? In order for it to be a habitable bedroom, it requires a closet and a window. Then there'd be a bunch of people, oh, no, it doesn't need to have a bed. To be a bedroom, it has to have a closet and an egress window. Because some people sleep on couches. Some people sleep on futons. Some people sleep on the floor. I do my meal prep in 1 to 2 pans and try to keep it simple. I have an oven, but I want to make food in a way that's simple and basic because what if I can't use an oven? Yeah. Also realize a lot of people can't afford to do meal prep. Because you're excluding several things that you need in order to do meal prep. You need to have Tupperware. And I know it sounds stupid, but there are people that can't afford to buy quality Tupperware. And meal prepping for them doesn't make sense with the flimsy disposable Tupperware. There are people that don't have a work environment where they can reheat food. So everything they make has to be basically shit on a shingle. It needs to be edible cold. But then again, I'm going to say this. There are people that turn their nose up at peanut butter and jelly. PB&J has been a long friend of mine. PB&J we don't get Tupperware in Chinese takeout orders. Chinese order, come in, break up our box, be complete. You could in poverty, depending on where you're at. I would say realistically, based on what I've seen, I would imagine about the cheapest you're gonna live on and not be eating live on. I'm not talking we have to take it down a notch and go into sustenance. I'm not talking about keeping our belly full to keep the hunger pains away. To eat a nutritious, meeting your macros diet on a monthly, but not a per meal basis or a per day basis, but meeting your monthly macros. I would say you'd probably be around the $240 mark for an individual. I would say you'd probably be around $190 to $200 in food, and then you would need supplements. You would need that it would be a very strict 240. It would be a very, very strict 240. You would be eating to live, and you would be augmenting with a multivitamin. Yeah, but Warhead, if I remember I said where I'm at. I think where you're at, your expenditures are a little bit higher because your tax structure in your state is a little bit different. Which is why we always try to fix things. You have some states that have income tax, some states that don't. You have some states that have high property tax and some states that don't. You have some states that have high sales tax, but they don't hit food. You have other states that have a uniform sales tax, including food. Like, all these senators and all these representatives are in Congress, and they're fucking pointing fingers and they're screaming at each other. And it's like, guys, you're arguing about why you can't use a hockey stick in a cricket match. Like, I think this is how we do it. And first of all, people are going to be against this, and I'm sorry, I got to type a little bit. My hands are sore. First of all, this only gets fixed with a federal ID card. We can't have the federal government managing the state. Well, I have a SNAP card. No, it has to be a federal ID card. It has to be a federal ID card that has your photograph on it and your thumbprint on it. Right? And I understand that this is going to be an infrastructure cost, because the federal ID card needs to be pick and thumb fingerprint. And I get it. It's going to be an infrastructure cost, but I think you should be able to debit against earnings based on a formula. And so if you're short for food, you can leverage your future taxes. But the reason why we need the federal income card with the picture and the fingerprint, I get it. We spend $140 billion on feeding people. And I'm going to say this. So is an MRE style system just something that can never work? It could work, but remember, the MREs are designed at a nutritional level that you can't serve MREs to prisoners. I want you to remember that. What your fighting men and women eat in the field, prisoners on a work detail can't be fed. I mean, you could go to an MRE style system, but now you're giving people a tangible product that they can sell. Can you make it work? I mean, yeah, we could make it work. We could make it work. We could make it work. The problem is, and I know people are going to hate me when I say this, grocery stores would be against creating an MRE style system for food assistance. Because grocery stores, I'm going to ask, just why the fuck does a gas station... Okay. I got to look up the thing. Hold on. I got to look up the actual word. Corporate stuff. Tax records. So when I fill out my taxes every year, I have to fill out this additional sheet for my taxes where I have to indicate my business activity code. Now, my business activity code is 711510. It's live streaming on Twitch. This next tax year will be the first time my business shifts to music production, because I have 11 subscribers on Twitch. I love you all and thank you for subscribing. If you like the rants I go on, I appreciate you. But Twitch doesn't bring in... Twitch keeps some of the lights on. Twitch isn't the big earner right now. If a video game ever comes out, be the big earner. Or if I get more exposure to people that aren't fucking racist, bigoted, ignorant assholes who have no empathy or sympathy, I might start to get donations, but Twitch doesn't do it. But every business has to file their business activity code. Why is a gas station allowed to take EBT? In my opinion, gas stations should not be allowed to take EBT. But they sell food at a fucking giant markup. Gas stations sell food that the exact same thing is available at the grocery store, 25% less. New World's canceled. The Irvine studio, it was closed and a bunch of their people were laid off. I imagine you will now see Amazon detangling itself from New World. I imagine it'll shutter first quarter of next year. They'll let it roll through next year. No, Twitch isn't next. I imagine Twitch, well, let me say this. There is a reason I started streaming on other platforms. I don't know. I started yes. Twitch got rid of Amazon got rid of 14,000 employees today. Oh, I didn't see if they've actually put down, I didn't see if they actually put, out a story about New World. Oh, they're going to support them all next year? Yeah, they'll take that as a 4-quarter loss then. Yeah, remember, I woke up this morning, came right into show prep, and then I didn't get to see the video game news. And Ashes of Creation is going to be an abyssal failure. Chrono Odyssey might be okay. Arcade Chronicles might be okay. I did find it odd that Amazon Game Studios shuttered the studio that was working on the new Lord of the Rings game. But all that aside, I don't think Amazon... I always hate it when companies do layoffs in the fourth quarter of the year. Why the fuck are you going to lay people off at the end of October? Like... Merry fucking Christmas. Merry Christmas. Worry about how you're gonna feed your family through the winter. Oh, hello. Hello. Hello? This is Loki. Hi. Loki is actually TV famous. Oh, hey. Loki was featured on the St. Louis News. No eat the plastic. No eatos. No eatos. So they don't need to pay a Christmas bonus. Yeah, I mean, a lot of companies pay a Christmas bonus. End of year bonus, performance bonuses. His name is Loki. His original name was Boston, and his brother was Cream. I don't necessarily always get down on my Humane Society and the naming of the taken cats. Dude, stop eating the plastics. He likes the plastic tops of the protein shakes. But no, I think the only way we fix feeding people in this country is if we move to a national ID card and then we allow people to leverage off of their earnings. And so, how do we stop the abuse though? Well, it's kind of like when you acquire paid time off, when you acquire PTO. You go to work, you worked 40 hours. Well, then you've accumulated $27 in food assistance. You work another 40 hours. You acquire another $27 in food assistance. But then you're going to say, but then everybody is going to be using that as food assistance. You're right. Everybody is going to be acquiring that as food assistance. But you can't fix the food just on its own. You shouldn't be taxed on the first $31,200 you make. Yeah, everyone could probably use a little food assistance. Everybody could. Show me the person who couldn't. Yeah, food assistance for the poor here is hand-me-downs from grocery stores or products that are almost already expired. And now people are buying that shit and selling it. Unfortunately, there's a lot of things that need to change, but people are being unreasonable in what they want to change and how they want to change it. You shouldn't be allowed to own more than one home. Okay? Do you have any idea what's going to happen to the fucking housing market if you give people a deadline that they have to sell off all their more than one family homes? It shouldn't be legal to be a landlord. Okay? I had a 26 unit apartment complex that might, on a fucking geometry's wet dream, might have gotten 5 houses onto the spot that my 26 unit building was on. Might have gotten 5 single family homes. Most likely, I could have done 4 Chicago style duplexes. So I could have had 8 families, but you just took away housing for 24 families because I had a laundry room and a supers unit. I had 24 sets of people living, and you want to tell me I can't have that anymore? So you want me to knock that down? Some states could use more housing regulation. Which one? And which housing regulation doesn't work? Because there's no state out there that needs more housing regulation. What state and what regulation? Because we've got so many people that think we need more regulation when we actually need less regulation. People are stopping being landlords because they've got all this regulation up their ass. I think if you're going to say we need more regulation, then squatting should be criminal trespass, punishable by 5 years in jail. And then we need jail reform. We live in a country. Well, like you said about this stuff. Well, again, I could live with that. But that's, in order to be a rentable apartment, it needs a stovetop. Well, now I want you to recognize the problem that comes in. Well, now you've changed the dynamic of my costs for the apartment, which raises the cost of the apartment. If, remember, it's good to say you want them to provide, like, shit, I could put in there that every fucking rental has to have a jacuzzi. Well, that just increased your rent by, you know, $1,000 a month. It's like people that live in apartments that have pools, and then they find out the pool is piss poorly maintained. All these communities that are like, yeah, we have a community pool. No thanks. I don't want to live in a community with a community pool. I want my own pool. I don't want to pay assessment fees for a community pool. It's that because it increases my cost. It's dumb. I don't think we can feed 42 million people. But I do have to say, Saturday's going to be interesting in this country. Saturday is going to be interesting as shit. I think that we've got a really big problem coming up that we've got. What is happening Saturday? Saturday is there's people on food stamps are supposed to get their food stamp money. Saturday is the 1st. No food stamp money for them. There's no money to do it. Government is shut down. The government is shut down. No, we have plenty of food. People can't buy it. Their EBT cards don't get reloaded on the 1st. Then people are talking about, well, I'm just going to steal from rich white people. Wish a motherfucker would. No, famine is not people don't get food. Famine is there is no food. I won't have a hard time getting food on Saturday. Magnus, here's the thing that'll really piss you off as I close up the show. What would I call this then? I would call this exactly what Israel is doing to Palestine, and I would call this the cutting them off from the food. Famine is there's no food for anybody. But you know what? I'm of two sides of this. For some people, this is actually going to be good for them. Because for some people, this is going to be them realizing the gravy train is over. Get off my ass and go earn money. But for other people who can't earn money, this is going to be a disaster. Magnus, the thing that pisses me off is, no, it's not class side. It's just starvation. It's just starvation of the poor people. What pisses me off about it is that overall, we spend, what was the number? Hold on, I gotta pull up my notes. We spend less than 142 billion on all of the food subsidy programs in America. 142 billion. Our budget is 4.2 trillion. You're talking about a very, very small percent of the national budget. People forget one bullet can fill a deep freezer. Yeah, you're not wrong. but people don't have a drop freezer. With that said, I'm gonna get out of here. I got things to do. I will see you guys tomorrow for some video games.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gale, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment of Jalan's imagination. I don't think